every corner of this planet. No knowledge has been dispersed so there are people listening from every corner of this planet. No knowledge has been dispersed so beautifully, so balanced across the planet, on this planet ever, maybe in the universe. You have the full potential of achieving everything in the universe. There is no need and there is no reason for man not to achieve. So, wherever you are, the way I taught you to make the coils double coil inside, you have continuous equal gravitational magnetic field, and if you put CO2 on it, and you put zinc on it, you have connected the emotion of the man to it on a stable condition, and you'll find out you become a very peaceful man. Here, instead of having galaxies and universes and creating connection magnetically, we have used the matter state gravitational magnetic field strength to dominate and dictate the shape of the plasma. The nanotechnology, the nanomaterial which you have collectively developed in different ways, by caustic, by electric currents, by whatever, fire or whatever, has that advantage that the matter, the nano and the plasma is all the same. So connection is very solid. It's very strong. The power of the plasma technology, the way we have thought, is beyond imagination of the man. Now we can create and control the plasma, which is the mother of the creation of the universe. You are given the seed of the essence of the creation. The foundation does not belong to no one and is not made of one anymore. You are developing it, you are structuring it, and from today we will be still the same. We'll still develop the technology in different names, in different colors, in different nationalities which they do not exist. It is beautiful when we see the Christian, the Muslims, the Jews, and every other belief are working together to build up systems. We have already become one faith. We already have become one nation, and we already become one planet. You got to remember one thing. Dates is irrelevant. Today is the last day of the Christian calendar, or tomorrow is the beginning of another. One day is connected to another. We don't stop. We are working around the clock. The Keshe Foundation team is working irrespective of time, position, religion, country. And now we achieve what we set out for.
The Keshe Foundation is extending an invitation to medical doctors of any practice and specialty to apply to the Foundation's private weekly medical teaching workshop. This includes medical doctors, dentists, and veterinarians. Scientists of the Kesh Foundation developed different types of plasma therapies and cures that utilize advanced, non-invasive plasma technology. The weekly private medical teaching workshop educates doctors to the plasma science behind the therapies, along with the functionality and operation of revolutionary plasma medical devices. The goal of the private teachings is to add plasma health knowledge to the profound knowledge of medical doctors. The weekly class is broadcast live over the internet through a secure private channel every Wednesday from 2 to 5 p.m. Central European Time. Presently, the class is only offered in English. However, you are free to bring a translator to the class. If you can't participate in the live broadcast, you can watch them later at your convenience through a private internet portal. Every patient's case that is discussed in the workshop will be kept anonymous and private. This includes cataloged findings and data gained from the analysis of the patient's health issues. Any medical doctor in the world who wants to participate can do so by sending an email to doctors@spaceshipinstitute.org. In your email, please state your willingness to participate in the medical teaching workshop. If you're planning on bringing a translator to the workshop, please state this in your email as well. After we receive your email, we will contact you with the instructions on how to apply to the workshop. As a part of the application process, applicants who apply, including any translators brought into the workshop, will be required to sign the Kesh Foundation's World Peace Treaty, which can be found at the following web address. All applicants will be required to provide proof of their education and ability to practice medicine, and will also be required to pass an extensive security background check before they are granted access to the teaching workshop. Healthful plasma technology is here, now, the use of which is increasing exponentially on a day-to-day basis on every continent. We encourage you to come and learn about this revolutionary technology. Apply today. Kesh Foundation Ghana, in association with Ghana Atomic Commission and Ghana Spaceship Institute, would like to invite you to attend the New Dawn, Africa's Meteoric Rise in Spaceship Technology Conference, October 17th through 19th, 2016, in Ghana. Kesh Foundation Ghana's mandate is to build awareness and promote research into plasma technology. The Foundation is presently working with governmental institutions and other interest groups in Ghana to fulfill this goal. At the conference, you will be afforded the opportunity to learn about and experience plasma technology firsthand. The cost of admission to the conference includes 3-night stay in one of Ghana's prestigious hotels. Hotel packages include a single, double, or twin room option, and an option for an apartment or suite. Breakfast, tea, and coffee breaks and a buffet lunch on the days of the conference are also included. Kesh Foundation Ghana is focused on utilizing plasma technology to solve numerous problems facing the African nation. Come to the New Dawn, Africa's Meteoric Rise in Spaceship Technology Conference in Ghana. Learn about plasma technology and learn how you can participate in spreading the word about it. Together, we can bring freedom to Africa and humanity. And we hope to see you there. Kesh Foundation.
Welcome everyone to the 136th Knowledge Seekers Workshop of the Kesh Foundation Spaceship Institute. And it's September 8th, 2016 today. And once again, we have Mr. Kesh of the Kesh Foundation available to speak to us and deliver today's teaching. And as always, we have lots of surprises in store. And I think we'll get immediately into the workshop here. Mr. Kesh, are you there?
Yes, good morning, good day to you as usual, whenever you listen to us. Today, as usual, we take the course of teaching where and how we can develop the knowledge and extend the knowledge to the point that we can achieve new understanding of the science of this plasma. As you're all aware, we are developing different aspects of the plasma technology in respect to different applications. In some forms, we are developing technologies which at this moment of time are not so easily understood, and there are those who needs to be understood in a bigger and a larger scale of application and application. In talking about what it is, we have thought for a long time, we inspire, and in inspiring, we try to understand where and how some of you will take the knowledge to the next step. Today, we start with a number of cases which people have started to extend the knowledge and to understand different aspects of technology. One of these cases, if you remember, goes back to where we saw Peter bringing and showing us how he's managed to make what he thought gold, and was shown that he made matters out of the interaction with the field plasmas. This is important as part of the teaching of the technology, and Rick has a PDF file, or if Peter is in the background, he can explain to us, because now they have tested the material which he collected, and we get an insight into the working conversion of the field of plasma into matter state. This is very interesting because it's not one matter, it's a composition of matters. And this brings a new understanding into what and how we can develop matter out of plasma field interaction. And it's for those of you who are interested in what I call plasma interaction field forces, for us to understand more and to expand this knowledge. Some of you would like to make different materials at different interaction points. Some of you would like to have a specific type of materials out of the interaction. So we go back to this because this is part of the development, and in a short time, a lot of you, I know, tried this to make materials, and we'll see what we learn from this, and then we go to other cases. Peter, are you in the background? Rick.
I don't think Peter's going to be here. He writes, unfortunately, I cannot follow the workshop today because I'm flying right now to the conference of the Universal Council in Rome.
Okay.
If Mr. Kesh wants to discuss the results, here they are. He says,
okay.
So far,
Let's show, yeah.
Okay, go ahead.
Let's show the video first. We have a video of him. Do you have it available, or do you want to show
I don't have a video. I only have the pictures of his results of the different elements, and there's a PDF of his results from the lab, I guess, that he had the test on.
Okay, can you show and go through it?
Okay. Okay, we've got some lab data here. It's in German, so we might have some trouble figuring it out, but it's basically, you can see the elements there and certain percentages and so on that have been determined from the sample, apparently. And Peter writes that, he says, so far no gold has been found, but it could be that the particles have been too small or not enough of them to be detected. It was just a first try and a first step, but the results are quite interesting. What I should also mention is the substance I thought was gold GANs wasn't gold GANs. It turned into a greenish color after a few weeks. So the coins I used to produce it must have had some copper or other stuff in it. This too may change a lot. We will analyze them too in a few weeks. They have found two combinations which the device recognized as alloys. One called 16MO3, which is a common steel alloy, and the other ALSI12CU1, which is labeled as an aluminum alloy. Some would say it could be some abrasion from the motor, but I'm very careful with an interpretation. Maybe Mr. Kesh can say more about that. I added for you the two data sheets. You see, there's the one we're looking at, and there's another one here I'll present now. Actually, I think these are the two data sheets, perhaps. Let me share that. Okay, so again, we see there's a number of elements you can see across the chart here: carbon, silicone, magnesium, and so on, and different concentrations that would indicate this particular steel. This is the steel 16MO3, which was, I guess, the closest match to the analysis of the substance that they had at the time. And goes on to give all the characteristics of that substance and so on. And Peter goes on to say, let's see. As you can see, these alloys are composed of lots of materials. Some of these, even if they are in a higher percentage than the others, haven't been found. He's wondering why some of the other materials that are shown for this particular kind of steel that they have a match for, why are they not shown in the assay or the interpretation, I guess. And he says, I had only one type of motor with only one type of covering, which could be either from steel alloy or aluminum alloy. But why the device has found both? And why should there be an abrasion if there's no friction with the cover? More questions than answers. He says they have found iron, copper, aluminum, molybdenum, manganese, and zirconium. Why the zirconium? Manganese and zirconium showed up quite often. He says, I'm very excited about the experiments and want to continue as soon as I'm back from Rome. Yours, Peter. And then he shows some other results, which I'll show the picture of. This is the copper percentage, and he's got similar pictures for the manganese and the iron and zirconium, and just another couple of pictures similar to that with more data. And I think just one more of those kind of pictures with the zirconium shown on it. So I think that's about it, unless you want to go through some of that data more, Mr. Kesh. I guess it's pretty clear in a way, but we'd have to look at it quite closely if you wanted to see exactly all the percentages and so on. Do you have any comments on whether you think it might be part of the the motor parts or some other.
The point is, we've seen the same. If you go back to the first chart, please go back to the very first one you showed, the very first page, and go to the next one, the same. Can you put these two next to each other? Okay, no problem. What we've seen in chemical test and Raman spectroscopy test is that all these materials are in the vicinity of the system. So when the two systems create the fields, any matter state which is there has an interaction of its own fields which dictates the deposition. When we did the original Raman spectroscopy and material analysis of the first ganses and the fields of it, if you go back into, I think, the book which we published the paper, we've seen in some 14 different elements out of one GANS. And we've seen 22 elements out of one GANS. So we never had 22 elements. But what they say, what it shows itself at, is the system produces ganses or fields that replicate materials, and then it converts itself into it according to what is the field spectrum in the presence. This is what happens in the space. The energy is released by the sun, and in release and interaction with the rest of the plasma of the solar system or in the galaxy, when it reaches certain point of strength and there is a match for it, it manifests itself as that matter. This is how matters are created on Earth. It's not that the theory of the fusion is false. What happens, the plasma at the given strength, and then when you find this matter state, it converts into. This became very, very clear in early stages in the time when we did the Raman spectroscopy on the GANS materials. In part of the report which we received after the test, there were materials which are exotic. They call exotic. They think in the future man will be able to produce, but they could not understand how it shows itself in a matter state in Raman spectroscopy machines and infrared spectroscopy. So what you actually have is a beautiful data confirmation. It's a repetition of what we've seen when we did the test in 2008, 2009 in Ghent University in Belgium, that the field matter exists, and when it reaches the point when you create a magnetic gravitational field point of it, it manifests itself at that point. So when we see a composition, it's whatever is in that environment, the motors, the ganses, all components which are in the matter state create a field which, with the interaction of the plasma, interaction between the two cores, creates and releases that matter state. This is interesting result, and in a way it shows how we can produce materials in a space. We create the plasma, we bring the interaction of the fields together. Can I share a screen, please?
Go ahead, Mr. Kish.
Okay. So what we've seen in the is there something you want? Just wait. Okay, carry on. Yeah. Just wait 1 second. Okay. So what we have two motors, two which are rotating the two GANS systems. These motors are rotating the dynamic GANS, and the dynamic GANS interaction creates a spectrum of fields. And in this spectrum of fields, we have put a balance system, whatever was gold, whatever the gold was made of. all the elements within this structure have a say in what is to be produced in this environment. Exactly where what we see, what happens here, you have a spectrum of fields. So at any point, any material in a given strength, where the gravitational increases on this end, if I can show it this way, the gravitational increases on this end and magnetical increases on this end. And then you have the gravitational and magnetical vice versa. Any of these systems, whatever they have inside them, every element in these motors, because now it shows clearly a matter has its own gravitational magnetic field. They have a say. In fact, let's say, look at, for example, the material in this motor here has a say on the conversion of the fields in this zone, even in this zone. So what we think as a matter sitting there, we know matter itself is a plasma, and a field still interacts. So whatever in this interaction of the box of fields between the two has created becomes the matter at this strength. It will show itself collecting here. We can create monoplasma fields as best as we can in both of them. Then we dictate the creation of the system. We are looking at this in the what are called the Innovation Center. What we are doing in the Innovation Center is very simple. This is the next generation of the power supplies. This is the next generation of the magnetic gravitational field supplies. We've seen Wernie explaining to us that they created a wireless system, which you saw, and they could pick up fields 35 meters, and that's the wall that gives them the limitation. If you look at it, it's a 70-meter minimum what they can measure, but we know scientifically this can go in thousands of kilometers. What we see in the whole structure is that the fields are radiated continuously at the full spectrum. If and when they put these units in a car and they drive, not only the car which is within the range and any other car within the range gets affected by these fields, they all rev up. What does this mean? This means that we have managed to break through into confirming the new energy source. This system itself, as I was explaining to the Innovation Center, this is a new oil well. This is a new generator. Now we have managed to create this Innovation Center. We showed you what we call the plasma units with the 3 bottles and everything else. This is your new oil well. This is your new thought. This is your new source of energy. It goes back to what we just spoke about. It's for you now that you have this new energy, what we call the plasma fields energy, which you brought from plasma, liquid plasma, to understand where and how you can create or develop another system that you can tap into this. If you find a system, at this point you create copper, here you will create zinc. Here you can produce high energy plutonium, aluminum. Here you can produce hydrogen. Now the next step for Innovation Center and a lot of you who work on the field plasma, you have received what was the biggest point in the whole structure of the teaching. Plasma source. This is the new power generator we are working on. It's for you the same as what has happened with Peter's system, is to develop a technology that you can convert the energy to what you need. The cars, is number of cars in traffic. They all rev up. Wernie, are you in the background? Can you see Wernie in the background? Rick? Have I been talking to myself?
No, just having a look here.
I thought I've got to planet Zeus.
No, I don't see him in the viewers even. Oh, okay.
Okay, can you promote him? He can explain to us what you see.
Mr. Kesh,
Yes.
this is Bernard.
Are you there, Bernie?
Hello, Mr. Kesh. This is Renan.
Yes.
Bernie has just left for a while. He'll be back in 20 minutes.
In 20 minutes. Ah, okay. Okay, no problem. Could you explain to us what you've seen, or what is the development you see with this in the cars, please?
Yes, sir. What we have with the wireless system bottles, so using the configuration, the distance, the effect of the car's engine is not only for the individual car. So within that certain range, other cars are also affected. So it's like having a connection with a certain element or certain plasma of every car, which we were looking into because we have used gravitational as lead. We're looking into the connection with the fuel that we have here that has also a portion of leads with it. Once combusted in the engine, can also affect a direct absorption with the fields emitted by that device. So the interface between that we're looking into how to uh, connect with the device and lowering the energy level so that it can be absorbed with another receiver. So then we can utilize and manipulate the energy that can be harvested by that field being emitted. So that's one thing that we're looking into as well, in how to capture the field that is being emitted in that certain level of energy or a level of plasma. So the test that's being done by Bernie also in the shop, it was a isolated case, as the car was a brand new car with no other devices connected on it. It's still brand new, and only one device was placed in his car. So we have verified that it has increased in a city traffic, which is having a medium to heavy traffic, has helped increase its mileage to additional to 30 kilometers. So he's been repeating that, and it's been consistent for already a month with effect. So this is at least the continuous observation that has been done here. Thank you, Mr. Kesh.
Okay. Thank you very much, Leonard. So what we look at now is what we call new energy source. A new power source is for us to find out how we can capture. We have found the source as what we call the sun. It's for us to decide where we want the zinc, where we want the copper, where we want to create oxygen and the rest. There are two ways to do this. This is why we teach this so openly, that you can develop this your own way very rapidly, because some of you are in that field, understand this very quickly. We have what we call the plasma units. The plasma units are producing the field plasma. The field plasma is radiated. Now, what you have a problem is, you made this system of the 3 different cups and 3 different materials with a mixture of gases in them. Law of plasma tells us, plasma, which is a source, tries to feed the smallest, the weakest. So we need to create a position, a condition here that has a connection with this in strength, and at the same time is weak that this system, the source, tries to feed. And in the traffic trying to feed this, we tap into the energy of the plasma. Depends where from the source, or if we decide to go on the gravitational or the magnetical side of the field flow. What does this mean if you translate it into practical language? Is that you make the what we call the plasma unit. We know it's releasing fields. We know one of the center components which has the property of gravitational is, let's say, lead. You make a system with a very small amount of lead in it. So has to be more or less of the same composition as your bottle. In that process, you have established the traffic. You don't need huge amount of, you have to have as minimum as possible lead in the center of the system you have built. So now you create the traffic. There are different ways of tapping into this. This brings the fields in. It's for you to be able to understand. We lost it. I lost my pen. No, the pen doesn't work. Can you hear me in the background?
Yes. Mm-hmm.
Yeah, we lost the use of our pen. Just 1 second. He had a heart attack.
Okay. Can you click on the tools icon there? Or oh, I see you're using an actual pen.
Yeah, I start playing with it, and it doesn't like playing with. Just wait 1 second to see how his heart attack goes. If there's any brain left in it. There's nothing we can. No ink, but it's ink, invisible ink. I have disconnected something also. Just wait 1 second, please. Can I go? Shall we go out and come back in?
I saw it working there. Something, I can see it on the screen now.
Well, you see it, but you don't see writing. Any
No.
line.
Maybe you have you select a color, select a different color perhaps.
We try that. It doesn't connect.
Okay.
It doesn't. It's lost its connection in so many ways. I lost my pen.
Is there a button on the pen, Mr. Kesh?
Yeah, I touched it, and this is what happened.
Can you press and hold it, or just press it again?
I'm gonna disconnect it and reconnect it all together.
Okay.
We lost it. No, don't touch.
Yeah, now we see everything you did before, so.
Ah, we got everything back.
Mm-hmm.
The scroll is there. Okay, wait. We got to get our heart back. It's coming back. Yeah, we are back. Okay, we are back. It was a connection with it. It's back. No problem. No, we lost it. Oh, we are back again. It's okay. We are back in. We can go. Okay. What is important is now to find a process and different processes that we can use this field at any point we need and convert it. This is the new structure for wireless energy transfer, material making. This is a static, so you have a static condition, a field, plasma, which is constantly more or less the same. How you change the plasma, make it dynamic here, make it combination of a static or dynamic inside, will dictate from now on what materials we start producing. This is the beginning of the breakthrough for production of materials and energy. The difference with this system and Peter's is Peter had two dynamic systems. Here now you create a parallel system with a wireless energy source. You can keep it steady as it is, and now convert energy statically or create a dynamic unit here that interacts with the steady system. Then you decide what you produce in line. As I said to the Innovation Center this week, you've been looking for an oil field of energy. Now we have it. We have managed to establish resources, and it's not that one car gets affected, is number of cars within the vicinity. This is the way we understand and we can develop as a point. This is something which Tesla in his work understood. But he only worked on a field, not on a plasma. He only worked on magnetical, not the gravitational. It's the extension of the knowledge in plasma technology, and it's for you, in the way that Peter has shown, what kind of materials you can produce by the fields of the matter state or the GANS state you introduce in the environment, what you want to pick up. If you remember, go back into what we showed in the system with Marco. We had, if you go back to the teaching, with the 12 bottles outside and bottles inside, little bowls. You said with the reactors, side reactors, you decide what material you produce in each environment. This is another version of it. Now, if you understood what Peter has done using two dynamic, he had no control, because now whatever is in the vicinity is dictated, is created. With the plasma field containers, which you saw, what we call the wireless, now you have a fix. You can fix it. This is the range I want to work at. This is the fields, which the combination of the systems shows. Do you have a picture of the bottle structure, please?
The Peter's structure, you mean, with the two?
No, the unit which was shown last week, or Renan has got it in the background. The bottles, the triangular bottle, what we call the plasma, liquid plasma containers. Renan, do you have it on your the screen? You can share with us.
I will get it, sir.
Now, the beauty with this system, which is built by Innovation Center, if Werner was there, he could explain to you in more detail, is understanding this changes a lot for all of us. These plasma containers, I stop sharing that you can come in. These plasma containers change a lot of things. These plasma containers, in the way they are built, the way you build them, you load them, materials you use to load them, will dictate from now on what energies you get, what energies you want to release, what traffic you want to produce. That at certain points you can create what you need. Till Renan gets this, I'll show you another part and adding to the knowledge. What we are teaching you today is what is the Innovation Center is working on. So we need the knowledge to be added by those who understand. My request to military people in the background, Chinese military and the same the Americans. You understand the application and implication of this technology rapidly in South China Sea. The delivery of the technology dictates to us if we want you to have a visual side or physical side. You see these bottles here? I try to, I have to go to the maximum to be able, oh no. I need to go to the maximum to be able to use these options, yeah. Okay, you see this is the new all well. This is the new structure of the GANs which you have created. And now, depending, we know if when he was here, he would have told you that this, where I put a red circle around it, is the wrong use. It cannot be seen. We use the green. If we see where I put the green circles, these are your center points. So you have created the system. If you are on this side with your car, it's different than if you're on this side with your car. If you have a system here, will develop different materials because it's interaction of these fields. Here is the interaction of these fields. Here is the interaction of the two, but they all have a common ground. So you, in immediate vicinity, you create one common ground, but you can dictate in which side what you want to produce. This is the free energy system. You can make it more powerful, not by going up to a heavy element, by going down to tritium. If you go down to tritium, it gives you every option of the energy and composition of energy to be released at high strengths up to exotic materials. This is how materials are created in the universe. This is what you have to understand. Go back to the teaching. When you have a heavier materials, you have a heavier gravitational pull. So if you understood the structure of the nuclear in this, can I share please? If you go back to the understanding of the nuclear and plasma technology, we see as part of our teaching, now comes to understanding. As you go further in, you increase gravitational. As you go further out, you increase the magnetical. Now that you start using more and more of tritium, hydrogen, you go more and more deeper into the gravitation because you have already used the magnetical. You can go with tritium to most exotic materials man could ever imagine. You do not need to go to plutonium and find new materials. This is one of the reasons I collaborated with the Japanese in respect to TEPCO, because their problem is that they don't understand that they have the biggest resources man ever had in those reactor containers. They were looking for gold, but for me was the confirmation that I can transfer hydrogen to gold. This is what is happening in that condition. That's how they get the conversion to monoatomic gold, the white, which they showed it. You need tritium or a plasma availability that not only has its own energy and extra neutron, but it has its own balance fields of the plasma, which is the deuterium. In the interaction and combination of the use of deuterium and tritium gives man the capability to produce any material in the universe. You don't need to go and look for plutonium. You don't need to go for heavy material, because that's the old physics. The new physics, what we understand on the plasma, it tells you what happens. The more you use of the magnetical, the deeper you go in gravitational. Hydrogen, 1, 2, 3, 5, heavier gravity. You have zinc, you have copper, and everything else. So the understanding is very simple. You don't need to produce materials. You need to convert these systems which you make as a plasma field to be based on tritium materials or deuterium. Or you can go with the hydrogen, which is the matter state of it. Deuterium is nano state of the hydrogen, if you use it the right way. Hydrogen, H1, is the matter state of it. But you have to understand in which environment you want to apply it. When you go into the tritium level, you go into the plasma level of the hydrogen. So you don't really need to look for what you call heavy elements. You need to look for how the interaction, you can strip more to add to gravitational side of the tritium, or take down to hydrogen on the magnetical side. This is what the new technology is about. This is what is in the universe. Energy transfers in the universe on the level of monoatomic, what we call principle, which is nitrogen. Then it's the nitrogen which in its division of its division becomes hydrogen, then it becomes deuterium, then it becomes tritium. Application and use of the new technology with plasma changes the whole understanding of the physics which we had up to now. You do not need to look for anything else but deuterium and tritium. The three states of the matter of the hydrogen, in the matter state, in the transition state, or in the plasma state, is the three states of the hydrogen as we know. This is how the universe was created. This is how the division of the division has led to division of the reality of the creation. And one moves as an electron, as a collector. So you have to decide in your systems, in understanding of the new technology, that do not get mixed between the matter state and the plasma state, but understand the revolution and evolution of the plasma. This is what I go back on, that those of you who did not understand, and I've been doing this for, well, from the beginning of the teaching. Remember, gravitational increases where magnetical increases. When you put lead inside, you increase the gravity. So you go to the heavier materials. When you put hydrogen or CH3, you go the other way. This is the process that you can create every element out of one plasma. It depends on the condition of the environment, which section of these fields it extracts, and what then the material manifests itself at that point in the universe. This is the structure of the creation of the life in the universe. This is how universes themselves are created. The present nuclear physics is nothing but fallacy. Because if you understand the plasma physics, you understand 99% of what we're taught as physicists, nuclear physicists, and chemistry is all based on the wrong part of the science of the creation. And this is why we see resistance. This is why we see complication in producing materials, because if you understand this process of the conversion of only magnetical to gravitational and whereabout, it brings you back to the two motors of Peter and the materials in them and what he sees. The universe, at any point, you can produce whatever you need, because the fields of that matter exist in that point. It's you who has to create the condition for it to manifest itself. This is how galaxies exist, how they manifest themselves. This is how stars appear in our systems. This is how the moons and the what you call the planets appear. This is how life has appeared. We are another small version of a bigger structure, but repetition of the same. And once we understand this, what we've seen, what we reported is in the book. I can't remember which book we published the paper regarding the gas. I think it's book number 2. Now we get a confirmation in a very simple way, but now you see the matter state of the release. As you remember, Peter cleaned the place with tissue, and then when they cleaned it, they saw materials. It's the same process. It's the interaction of the two fields, and according in which part appears, the matter is in the coils, the matter is in the GANs, the matter is in the winding of the copper coils, and all the materials which is within the GANs of the motor within the environment of the system, if the system condition is of the same match, will drop down. The weight of gravitational field of the Earth pulls it down and it gives you the material you like. This is how you will create matter states in the universe. This is how oxygen and hydrogen in upper levels is created in the plasma. And then as they move down towards by the gravitational pull of the Earth, they become matter states that we breathe. We inhale, it becomes a fertilizer, it becomes the gold and everything else. So what you were looking for, you have found. We have found two sources of energy. One is the gas, which is rotating, or a more complicated one, what we saw with plasma unit supplies. Now, the race is not to have a generator. The race is to have the ability and capability to produce whatever you need. If you're looking for the energy systems, if you're looking for produce what you call as energy, remember what I just explained earlier. You have the flow, you create a matching of the triangle system or your dynamic system in the center. You put 1 gram of lead in this center, and you put thousands of a gram of lead here. So you created the umbilical cord interaction. What you need to do is very simple. Go back to the teaching, go back to the understanding of the process. You started from the matter state, you went to the nano state, and then from nano state, you created the GANs, and from the GANs, you created the fields. Now you have the fields which are moving, but you have destined here where I want most of the fields here to come into. What you have to do is to create reverse of this process. You have the field, you found the gas in the center, you need to create a nanomaterial environment in this container here, and then on the matter side you take your charge. A reverse of a battery. This is how the battery works. You connect the inside to the outside, the body to the center. This is what you get the charges. Now you have found what you want. Possibility of 1 megawatt, 1 kilowatt, 1 milliwatt. But now you have to understand how to convert this energy to what an application you need. You want it to be energy for hydrogen, or are you looking for energy for electricity? Creating 1000 megawatts, 1 kilowatt is the same. It's you who have to decide what strength you put into this and how you want to move this forward in a spectrum of the gravitational magnetic field. Or you create the same capability here, that you change the mass of the lead here, for example, according to what you want to produce and create the traffic. Remember, balanced fields create nothing because the flow is very weak. Those of you who went to produce the generators and you find problem with generator is because you bought 2 pumps of the same strength. There is no flow. You have to understand creation of the plasma, field flow needs injustice, needs unbalance. That one tries to balance the other one, and you, by traffic they create in them, you tap into the energy, one at the magnetical end, one on the gravitational end. And a lot of you have made a mistake in this system that you both tap into the same line on the gravitational. You won't get anything. So the same thing goes with your plasma systems. Now you have an option on a number of ways to create matters and energy, and what you're looking for should not be a few watts, it should be megawatts. You need to understand this process to enter in the world of the plasma technology and universal motion. Because electron vibration is too weak. You need to be able, if you want to move to a planet or you want to move away from the planet. You dictate it by the fields which your system emits or absorbs from its environment or destination point. This is how you create motion. This is moon. This is your system. By factor, you're much smaller, weighs so heavy, and your system so light. Do you want to come to moon or do you want to move away from moon? Do you tune yourself to gravitational magnetic field of it or of you? If you create of you, because you know it's become gravitation of the moon, you increase your magnetical, you get pulled by the gravitation of the moon. You want to move away, you play the reverse. There is no difference between this or producing matters in any state. My advice to our military people in the background and the Chinese, you understood the way we paralyze the ship movement in South China Sea. We do not need you do not need to create much. What you do, you have a source and you put one away. All the ships here, you decide what traffic you create. This is part of the development of the defense technology in space. In space, you cannot keep on moving to miss the clouds or magnetic fields. You find your destination, you create a protection field that it can allow you to move in. It does not matter what is on the way. The process of the conversion of the energy into matter and into what you call fields is the decision of the man who uses the system, if you understand the system. You have been given two resources. Is for you to start translating. We have given you the oil well, it's there. It's for you to decide how you want to use the fields which they emit. You hear from Renan and Innovation Center, the cars in the vicinity get affected. And this is with this system. With a dynamic, you have limited yourself with what you have put in, and with the creation of rotation, you don't need to have other motors to affect their components by the matters you create. You have to understand, as I've taught before, how universal motion is created for the stars. There is no motor underneath of them. The creation of the field motion for the systems that gives you a unique condition to create what you want has to come from the rotation of the fields. And this rotation will give you rotation of the fields which you desire, and out of nowhere you create a reactor. This is the next step in the knowledge that you have to absorb and understand. You create the same as what you did with the two reactors using their fields. Now you can create the fields with the ganses in a gas state, that the interaction between the two creates reactors which has no physicality, but just 1 second please, I have to answer this. So you understand that this is the way we go from now on. And we see the process. You do not need to have coils to run on the motors. You need to create a dynamic motion of the fields that they're in interaction, give the center for what you need according to what you do. The basis of this, which you never understood, but I'll bring your point back into understanding it. There is a blueprint somewhere in the teaching. This is why we brought Douglas into the teaching, into the Innovation Center. Do you remember the rising and falling of the gases, which we saw with Douglas? This is the backbone of the space technology without him understanding it. All you need to do, make it this way and put two of them, that they go counter. The field interaction of falling and rise will create a motion, and it gives you a reactor without boundary, beginning of the creation of the cell, beginning of the creation of the neutron. And then according to the environment you have, it manifests itself as a matter state. In the Innovation Center, I have taught people very simple thing. Get yourself two ring tubes, 4 millimeter, the one we use in the health application, and find out in which combination of the two you start creating the motion of the fields, and you will start seeing the creation of reactors, what you need for deep space technology. And this system, because it's created out of the interaction, will have its dynamic motion. This is how stars are created. This is how the universes are created. This is how when the neutron splits as a fundamental element, it becomes electron and proton without any motors, and they rotate. The field interaction at the beginning and the interaction of the two creates the physical motion without any motors. So if you understood this, if you understand how to create this, you'll find out you don't need any motors. Then you decide the creation. Once you create this spheric condition, once the human body is created, the physicality will manifest itself, and you create motors with motion and the field plasmas that will understand and will stand the tests and trials of the universal field forces. Then you take control in how you want to change it. These are motors, these are dynamic systems without any elements. You do this way, the systems you create, dynamic system you create, do not have any limitation. One of the things which is important, and it brings part of the teaching together, you understand, is what we said last week with Renan and the test in Philippines. In the Innovation Center, they told you that the center core is empty. We hear from the people who lose the center ball, they just disappear. What's the reason? How does it happen? Because the field plasma inside is made of the matters which are outside. You transfer the same thing. You have to look where the energy has come from, or the balance energy is, that in transferring, you transfer the matter state out, but the field state stays in the center, because the second core still has the material. The center is disappeared of the entity. It's the conversion of the fields into another position. You have other reactors, you have other materials you made this reactor with, so you have emptied. You can literally take these covers, these plastic covers out. The system will sustain itself. The pieces of the knowledge you have gained now comes to the maturity in a way. Now you can see systems without motors. Now you can see how universes, planets, and the rest according to their strength are created. And if you understand this, you decide if you're going to have a gold reactor, copper reactor, zinc reactor, or a reactor which is made of tritium or whatever you like. But you got to understand the process. You have to understand how the system works, how you see it. If you remember, go back to the knowledge you gained. We saw many people 2 years ago, they start putting pictures on the internet that they could show the flow of the plasma gas on top of the container. This was the first sign, but nobody saw it. If you could have managed to build another system, a tray down, with the same flow, you could see it, you would have made your reactors years ago. You will see new compositions, new materials because of the salinity and what you have created in these boxes. You have always been on the right track in developing the technology, but because you don't understand it, you went for a full trip, but this trip brought a lot of knowledge. Now you can harvest the knowledge. You need one system in one city to feed the whole city with whatever it needs. That's simple, very, very simple. You saw the two reactors, you collected the material, we have seen the analysis. So in one reactor, in the interaction of them, every element more or less the man needs for food, energy, material is spread across the city. Depends which one you want. You want it as a field of the carbon in your body, you want it as a field of the hydrogen in the liquid of the mass of the man, you want the magnesium which you need for part of your neurosystem interaction, you need the copper for your muscles. You are fed as you walk, and you are fed from the universal energy. In the project which we are looking at, is what we are putting proposal is that we put these units across the city and we watch the cars coming into the city and going out. While they are city, they reduce the fuel consumption. When they're out of the field, the consumption goes back up. Do people will feel hungry? Will we feel hunger when we put these units if we load up the system according to the food energy consumption? Would the man of the city needs to go hungry? And when he's not hungry, he doesn't shop. Do we need to open supermarkets in these shops? People in the background who listen, they know exactly what we are talking about according to our negotiation. Do we need to foresee conditions of fueling in this? Would people stay in these environments, not to go out, that they don't need to feed themselves? Do we need to transfer food and gases, or do we set up a system above the ground that everybody in disaster zones receives warmth according to the blood circulation and receives energy for their food and everything else, and the antibiotics and the viruses balance and cleaning of the waters? The answer is yes. So why I started this with the report from Peter is because now you've seen it, you've done it, we don't. When we put the part, when I put the report in the book, everybody thought this is whatever. Now you've seen it, you created spectral material matter state. If a full slow Raman spectroscopy is done, you will see not only these materials, you will see the field of the other materials which they can't even see, waiting to be converted when the environment is created for it. The whole process of feeding conversion of energy moves away from generators, moves in the condition of understanding the field flow exactly how we see in the universe. The center is the principal center of the universe. As it flows further out, the way it reduces, in this part it becomes galaxy. And again, the same process of galaxy now is found its own center, creates the stars and then planets. Something which most of the scientists have never understood and understand. In the universe, we have two structures, especially in cosmology. You have stars which are created out of the interaction of the galaxies inside internal field flow, and you have stars which have no galaxies and they become on their own a singular entity. These are universal stars. These are the stars we see, majority of them are galaxial stars. They are different in behavior because galaxial stars always have one basic tritium on them. The stars which we see in, the universals are in tritium. The galaxies are in deuterium conversion. And then when it goes to a lower level, becomes the hydrogen, which is a matter state of the man. So in space, when you travel, you will see more the star universal system than you see the stars galaxial system. But in reality, the universal suns in the galaxy, in the structure of our universe, are very, very, very far apart, because the energy resources of them are very close to the center of the center line, and we don't see it. because they need a specific condition to be in that zone. There is the same thing as if you look at the structure of the ring of Saturns. The ring of Saturns, when you look, there are different size meteorites, or what we call ice blocks. These are all tritium, deuterium, and then you have the planet itself. You look at the size, how they change in size. They become smaller and they become bigger. And the field strength dictates most of this. The same thing happens in the universe. The more powerful, what we call universal stars, we will see near to the central line of the universal line, what we call the principal matter. We see the same thing in the galaxies, but with the difference that with the galaxies, the universal field force, if you look, this is a central line, the fields are emitted, and as they expand and go further, different strength comes, but there are different galaxies around. So the total shape, field forces, dictates the final shape of a galaxy. How these interact and allow. The same thing happens with our universe. Our universe is not one shape. Our universe, when the man goes out, is very much like a galaxy in the environment of universal, depending on what fields the other universes exert on it. But what we see in general with the present knowledge of the man is this part. We don't see the dips and ups. The same as what we see with galaxies. Our universe, when now that the knowledge of man has extended to and understand, is when you go out, you'll see each universe not spherical. It's very much the same shape as what we see with the galaxies in our universe. Depending on the field forces which have created other galaxies, and they dominate to create their own field, and their fields dictates the shape of the field of the galaxy, the other galaxies. Then some bumps, if it's stronger or if it's weaker. This is why man has arms and legs and we have different shapes. So what is becoming important is to understand the totality of the knowledge that now we have given you two independent new energy sources. One you see in creation of the field affecting the other cars, and one you see with the creation of the matter. But in principle, they're all the same, static and dynamic. What your target should be from now on is to find new structural systems, combination of the GANs, different gases, GANs, nano matters, to start creating and absorbing energies. If you want a megawatt, you want a kilowatt. Would you like to get on which bandwidth? Would you like to become more gravitational? Would you like to become more magnetical? If you become more gravitational, you produce a higher power. If you become magnetical, you feed something else which you decide. This is one of the reasons the new generators will have no what you call dynamic field flows. If you look at the condition and understanding of the transmission, is very much what Tesla did. He understood that the fields will cross the whole planet, doesn't matter where he is. All he needed to do, he found a coil matching strength on receiving on the other end. Now you play with plasma, you cover the whole of universe. This goes, a lot of it, against most of the teaching of present time in world of physics, but the present physics has been set up on the fallacies as we understood. Huh? You know which one? Are they on this list? Tell them. Go now. Just go now and tell them. Just go and say. So you understand the process, that how things happen, how the structures, you decide from now on what to create, because you have the things to be replicated, you have the processes that you can do, you have seen the dynamic interaction and the static interaction. It's you who have to decide now to make the receivers. We're giving you the sources, we're giving you the knowledge of the source. In time, gradually, we teach you how to make the receivers too. So everything becomes wireless and at the point of demand. Any questions?
Thank you, Mr. Kesh. I'll just remind our viewers here, we have 154 viewers, that if someone has a question, they can put up their hand and we can bring you in so you can ask your question. You can also put a question in the chat and we can look at it that way. There was a question from Jay. He says, I'd like to understand how a person's aura can be photographed. Can a normal camera be adapted to capture an image? And is a person's aura their plasma or magnetic field?
Any wise ones who will know, understand, would like to tell us? Anybody who wants to answer this question? All right. Nobody wants to answer it.
I guess it's too technical. I believe they use some kind of electrical field while they take the picture, and it's able to show the alteration apparently in the person's aura. But I don't know all the details on that, and apparently our panelists and guests are stumped on that one too. But what about the part, is a person's aura their plasma or magnetic field? Could you say something about that, Mr. Kesh, perhaps?
We create, we are in a way, if you look at it, we spoke about the dynamic reactor, we spoke about the plasma system. Us, we are another system. This time we have a bigger composite of the material. So our aura, the same as this system was creating fields and the other cars could feed it, the other one which created with interaction of the other one materials. There is no difference with the human body. Your aura, what you call aura, the colors you see, is the interaction of the materials you have got in respect to the environment. You can keep the same aura and move in different environment, that the color will change, because it's the environment which dictates, not the matter. So aura is part of you. You can actually create a lot of energy out of your own aura, if you understand how. So if you make a receiver and try to see what energies you can get from your body, most probably you can create every element in your body out of your own aura, because they extract energy from the universal energy and they give back. So you can actually create all the materials out of your body, inside your body. And the doctors in Peru who work in the medical side, they have shown this. And we've seen it with Dr. Rodriguez. We look at his system where we assessed with the, what they call examination, that the blood had a high iron, and when he made a GANs of iron for the dog with the cancer tumor, which had a higher iron level. The iron disappeared, the tumor disappeared once we applied the GANs of the iron into the body, in this outside the body of the dog. So we've seen the transformation and transition of the matter from the GANs environment, and this is how it will develop. We have two choices: to keep things away and just teach you how to make coils, or to bring you into the new direction. Now you understand and you've seen the rest. But it has to go, the process of teaching has to go from matter to nanotechnology to GANs technology to plasma, and then once you have a plasma, now you have a free run. It's you who decides what your plasma to become now. You have the clay. You want to make a plate out of it, or would you like to make a statue out of it? It's the free clay, and the maker, the master is you. Would you like energy out of this field flow? Would you like matter out of it? So what kind of matter? Or would you like to keep it in the plasma state till one day you decide what matter you want? You want aluminium today and you want copper tomorrow. Any other question?
There's a question from the live stream from Gur, who asks, is there a specific part of the car or engine that functions as the receiver part, or is it the whole car?
As you've seen with the motors with Peter, is the whole structure. What we understand and what we know further is going back to understanding of totality. You look at the cars, we were discussing this morning and in past few days with the Innovation Center. You have cylinders and you create a very high air power. You create a lot of heat. So in one way or another, if you go back to the Chinese cooking, when you put a wok on and you put a heating on, you create nanomaterials layers. So your system is partially nano-layered. So your fuel behaves as a plasma when it goes through it. It's like when you put the food in your mouth, when it enters, it's a solid matter. When it enters the digestion system, in the tracking system of the, because it's in the GANs state of the body, the tube of intestines becomes, the material becomes in the GANs state. So fuel becomes, once it enters this nano coated, because of the high temperature, behaves as a plasma, and it taps into the energy of the system which you add to it. That's why it reduces reduction, because you don't need that much, you release the energy in different forms. It's understanding the totality of the structure. You can run a car without any fuel if you understood that how to convert the plasma into the physical motion to deliver the energy to what you want into the, what you call the whole motion of the system. The biggest problem man will have is to let the wheel go. Understand positioning is much easier than the wheel. The wheel of a car goes back when we became Romans, and we found the chariots and we put the steel around it. It's been the biggest invention for mankind, but now it's become the biggest problem for mankind, because it doesn't allow the understanding of no need for the wheels. Now we can go into the dimension of the motion of the plasma without physicality. Breaking the tradition of thousands of years is very difficult. Any question?
Zane has a question in the Q&A. It says, if our brain is a hypercrystal, what frequency is it tuned to? How can we tap into it with the fields? And how can we use this?
Make yourself a GAN system which absorbs that energy. Is very simple.
Could it be done with the GANs of brain?
Yes, if you can get your own brain GANs, very easy. But you
What if,
can do
what if
actually.
you, like in the case of saying you had your pet wolf die a few days ago, and you turned
What?
his pet wolf passed away, and he turned the brains into GANs.
We're becoming the time when they used to go and dig out the bodies out of the graves.
Well, not exactly, but it was mentioned about iodine, for example.
Oh,
And
he was looking for free iodine.
well, in a sense, but it goes deeper than that. I mean, he had a very strong relationship with this animal. It was part dog and part wolf, and had it, I think, for 20 years or something, and it just suddenly passed. So I guess he thought it was a good idea to use the brains for that purpose. So now he
Hold
had.
on to it. I'll tell you how to use it.
Hmm. Okay.
It looks strange to a lot, but as you see in the knowledge when it's needed, we bring it out, then it makes sense at that time.
Right. Yeah, a lot of things seem strange or unusual in some of these procedures, and it's easy to just sort of dismiss some of those things and say, that's crazy. Don't even go there. But on the other hand, some of these things are turning out to be more true than what appeared on the surface, and some of the techniques and some of the ideas actually do have some strong roots, and some of it in ancient teachings and so on, apparently, with dating back to alchemy or other types of deeper teachings in the past.
Man has progressed according to understanding of his environment. And we've seen developments, especially in the human culture, when there has been more balance in the what we call the ranking of the man. Egyptians moved very rapidly in the knowledge till they created the separation. There was not much difference between the ranking of the man, as long as they knew that each one had a part to do and understood their part. Where, for example, there's been a fallacy that pyramids was made by a slave. Actually, from the present results and the data and the information we have, pyramid is one of the structures which was made by most fairest condition ever. Because the man on the top was paid more or less the same as the man on the bottom who pushed the stone. Because it was a thing to do for application of what was believed in unison. But I understand this part, I do my part. Well, I understand the other part in the bigger scale. It wasn't done by slavery, it was done by equality. The history of the book of pyramids will be opened and you understand. This is the process that what I said, when we put these systems in the coming time across the cities where people receive everything, people will do the job because it's there for them. This is what I understand better, I do better. I like to do the gardening on the pavements of the street because I like the color of it and the way I want it to be done, because I enjoy it, so the others. I don't need to get paid because I have everything I have. I have everything I want. This was tested in Iran a few years ago, during the early times, or some 20 years ago. There were a lot of free lands in the city, buildings not built, and there was no finance to build. So the government encouraged these empty lands till somebody builds. You can make gardens if you want to do it. So people start volunteering, making gardens out of every piece of land in Tehran. They all became green. People all had if you came and you want to build your plot, now you could destroy. There was nothing, but people had a place to go. And they looked after it. Nobody paid them. But it was for common good that everybody enjoys. It wasn't made that you get paid. It was made that the beauty of it, the comfort of it, the environment of it brought the whole community together. we get to that point. We've seen the test and trial of it. And this is what the ultimate goal is, to provide the facilities, the knowledge that we don't need to worry about the hunger. So I'm not hungry. I can go to a shop and find the clothes I want. I don't need to stash away many clothes because I know it's there when I want to go, but I go to a factory, I know how to make it. The sweatshops should not exist because the man understands the process of it. How do we become the new exchange system? How do we finance this new understanding when everybody has what they want and where they need to be? The changes comes as part of what we call the beginning of it, is the meeting of today in Rome of the Universal Council, setting up the structure for the humanity in a way of without boundaries, without language. But at the same time, everyone works in the same direction to make that possible. It's very hard. It's been ingrained to us and we don't see it. But once we understand it, we just fall for it because it's so beautiful to do it. We take what we need when we need, according to what is pleasure to us to live a comfortable life. This is important. On it.
Sorry, go ahead.
I have. Did you muted me?
No, I think you're okay there.
Yeah, okay.
I just interrupted because Ann Zai sent me a message that he wanted a translator. I think it's probably a Chinese person. And I see that Bob Young's here. He does translate. So perhaps there's a question from Ann Zai that could be translated by Bob Young.
Okay, let me explain to you. Yeah, no problem. We go. Could you want to ask the question what it is? Is Bob there or Bill there who can do, or Paul there who can do the translation?
Bob, can you go ahead?
Yeah, I'm Eric.
Hi.
Hi.
And Ann Zai, do you want to open? I'll open your microphone, and can you talk to him, Bob?
OK， 那亚楠，你可以看一下那个你的分享屏幕。
I have to mute because he's got the speakers on. Is it possible to communicate with him? Hello.
好，你可以说了。
The microphone was open and then it muted again.
亚楠，你把那个静音是不是又按上了？
哎，你好，你好，那个是这样的，我们现在做了一个这样的系统，然后想，但是呢，自运行是运行不了，然后呢，它这个我先说一下这个系统的结构哈，就是它左边这个，就左边这两个线圈啊都是无限环，就是内圈和内圈进行循环，外圈和外圈进行循环。然后但是呢，这个系统做出来之后呢，对于它的激活方面，它就是自运行不了这个情况。然后想询问一下，开始在就是说那个Rina， 因为做这个系统的时候会不会有什么可以注意到的地方，让它然后来运作？
你说说你左边是怎么连接的来着？
就是里面的小线圈和小线圈循环，就是小线圈里面的小线圈的引力场连接对面小线圈的磁场，这样循环。
但是是反过来的，就是一个八字环的，小的连小的，八字环是这样。
对对，小的连小的，大的连大的。
哦，明白了。
Can you tell us what's being said, please?
Yes, he's built this device, and the two coil on the left, they were connected like infinite loop, and the inner coil connected the other inner coil, and in infinite loop, and the out coil connect the out coil like that. But the device is not working self sustain.
This is obvious, and this is what I keep on saying. You need to create a misbalance in your coils. The two coils more or less are made the same way, they're in balance, so you don't have any traffic flow of fields. Very little.
So it needs to be all GaNs coated with different GaNs or
with different
size of
gases
coil.
or different loads in across. This is a balanced situation. You have no, you got to understand. I'm gonna go, if I can use this. This is what I say, a lot of people are doing this but don't understand it. You are creating a traffic, but when these two traffics are balanced, where do you expect to create, to tap into it? It's a static, more or less, flow.
Okay.
Yeah, this is what I said. Use one of these center cores as aluminium, for example. Another one, the bigger one, aluminium. You need to create a field flow that you can tap into it.
Okay.
If there is no, what I call, if you compare it to the physical structure, if you don't have a hill higher and a lower, the water doesn't become flowing down the river. It becomes a lake, it's static. This is what you created, and this is what we're trying to explain. Every part of this structure has a purpose, and you have to understand how you create this purpose and the way you can apply it. You need huge understanding but little application. And how you create, would you like to put your energy, what they call the load, on which part? Do you want to be here, or are you connecting at one end and the other? It looks like a lot of wires, but you have to understand, are you connecting to the magnetical of one of the weakest and the gravitational of the strongest of the other to create that flow, and then you tap into it. You're not coming.
那就是他就是开始就说这个能量你完全做的是一样的，就是要用产生不同的那个场强，然后产生一个那个循环嘛，就是刚才他讲的那些内容，你可以用不同的干丝试一下，这样。
然后是这样的，我们这两个线圈呢是分别组成，就是说这不是每一层线圈呢，不是4层嘛，里面有2层，外面有2层，对吧？每一层是用的不同的干丝来组成的，每一层都是不同的干丝，然后会有梯度。我们这个的近线就是下面这个线圈的近线和上面线圈的出线连接拆卸板。这个出线呢，我们是连接的它的那个磁场，就是最大圈的这个线圈的这个出线，连接到了插线板。然后呢，下面这个入线呢是连接到中间的引力场一个入线。我们这个在就是说这两个线圈呢，它有一个设计，就是说在之前的教学有一个设计是。就是说从中间走引力场，然后先走小圈的引力场，再走大圈的引力场，然后大圈的引力场进入小圈的磁场，对吧？然后在这儿有一个就是要回到这个中心的小圈的引力场的开端，我们有这么一个设置，把这个设置放进来了。这个磁场呢也是到最后这个磁场出去之前呢，要回到这个磁场最开端。就是引力场变成磁场，这个开端给它一个回馈，引力场回馈，磁场我们也会有一个回馈。就是我们在干丝涂层，再一个是我们的输出，再一个是我们还有这个回馈的设置，这3个点。然后您帮忙给开始先说一下。
不，你刚才说那个分别涂层的，你是分别涂层的什么？对，就是说这每一这个线圈啊，不是分4层，里面2小圈有2层，大圈2层，然后4层，每层都是不同的干丝组成的。测一下嘛。
Can you translate for us?
Yeah. Oh, wait a minute, please. 你能不能说一下你们是怎么涂层的？
我们用了不同比例的钢丝，但是这个说的话就不好说，因为那个比例，我们都是，不是特定的放在一个缸子里或怎么着，我们是直接往上面喷的，不是调好了，我们是现场调的，调了直接这比例就没法说，但是肯定梯度是有。
哦，那这个，这样让我怎么说？这个你们有大概的是什么多一点吗？比如说哪一种的氧化铜或者什么别的哪一种大概多一点？你不用说具体的比例。
氧化铜多一点，然后我们用的氧化铜啊，还有合金钢丝，协议是算 DO2，这都有。
Yeah, he said he used different ratio of mixed gas, and in the upper coil and the coil down, and the other coil. So, but he doesn't know the exact ratio. But he thinks there should be some field flow here, but there's no.
Let me explain something, if you can translate. It's for everybody to know, because this is what we discussed with the Innovation Center too. There is a problem in total understanding of this work. And you have to, can I share please? Can you give me the sharing of the screen please? It's got the breakcast control behind.
I think you can do it there now.
Okay. Okay, we are on. There is a part of the understanding of this technology which you have, and I refer to it a few times, is this that at the moment you are creating energies, but you see no result, and you say it doesn't produce. As we know, the coils create magnetic gravitational fields because we have them, we've seen them. It's for you to understand how to tap into it. But there is a problem here. The problem with most of you, especially when you go into the energy, is if you're going from the plasma to matter energy, or you're going from matter energy to plasma energy. And then you have to understand very much, a lot of you, we see systems tested and understood works in 110, but does not work in 220. 110, 60 hertz gives you result. 220, 50 hertz does not. If you have 110 or 110, 50 hertz, you still don't see any result. Just because you have 110 does not mean you achieve it. You have to understand how you bring the system into application of the appliances at your point. This is part of the research we are doing now in Italy. It's actually ongoing. Part of you, in the American system, we've seen last week, John showing a system, two systems going together and showing 70% reduction. Because the system stands at 110 at 60 hertz. You have a 110, 50 hertz in your compressors in 220s and it doesn't work. The influence on the matter state is a 60 hertz. We know this for a long time. That's why systems work in the American system 60 hertz better than they do in the 50 hertz in the matter state 220. This is why you say it doesn't work. The energy is there. You have to find out which end you sit and how you develop it, how you work with it. We have two compressors which the field is 110, but the frequency is 50. You have to understand the plasma field, when it comes and it hits the component of the copper, 50 hertz is the gap which has the pass-through. 59, 65. Do we go to 70 and 80 hertz at 220 and see if you can penetrate faster and bigger powers? Understand the principle of how the frequency of the matter penetration is done. The fields comes, these are the atoms. Only when the matter field is in a way that it can get through the combination of it, you get it. And 60 hertz, around about 58 to 62 and higher, allows this. Look at the amplitude and the frequency and the rotation and how fast you can pass it through. Because the atoms of the copper have a fixed distance, and because of their electron vibration, they have their own motion. You have to fit in, and that's where you tap into the energy. This is what not understood by a lot of people. 60 hertz systems in the state works very easily. You've seen it last week. You repeat the same system in 220, you have a problem. That's why John's system was very looking attractive last week, because yes, it works in the United States. They sit on the 60 hertz. The heart body of the man sits at 60, because we carry copper in our structure. You have to understand the reason of the conversion. It's not that it doesn't work, it means you haven't understood the process, how it's done, how it's changed, how it does affect the system. The energy is there. Very simple. You take the same triangle. There's a question. The system works, but you have to understand how you tap to it, where you tap into it. Is for you to adjust till you see the first signs. Innovation Center is working on this now, trying to understand it. Do we need to change our systems that we don't work with the matter state of the copper? We develop a technology which we work with the fields of the copper within the atomic structure of the molecules of the copper of the wire. Then we don't need this matter state, we work in the field of it. In a way, what it means is, if you have an electron and a proton, and then you have these Coulomb barriers, do we work with the energy in this environment without actually relying on a Coulomb's barrier totality? And then convert it back up. It's the conversion which is your problem. It's not that the system doesn't work. You have to understand how you create conversion. Do you need a zinc and a copper, which the gap in between is about the same, and it gives you the energy that you can tap into the matter state. What's his name? Eric Clausen came to understand this, just touched on it some year ago, 2 years ago, and when he went to China, he lost it. He never understood the rest of it, or he did, he never disclosed it. I taught him the basis of it. It's you who have to create a combination. Let me explain to you something very, those of you who start testing for energy. You have the, what I call plasma unit, or you have the dynamic unit. You make yourself a GaNs which is connected to the center, let's say lead. You create yourself a container which is nano-coated. Now you work in the reverse. And then you can tap into this body as we explained. What about if you make this surface a dynamic system? You make aluminum, nano-coated on one side, copper, nano-coated on one side, and join these or another material, or make just one of them and move them in respect to the center and see what kind of energies you extract. This is what here. Here you achieve, and now you decide. You have created a center point. Now you have to find out, is a combination of aluminum and copper in between what I call the process here will allow the energy which you want to create or extract. Because at this point, on this side, you receive the energies which are coming from this side, and you collect the magnetical from this side. Composite walls, composite materials, nano-coated, gas-coated. On the matter side, you pick up. It's from now on, it's for you to decide. It's not your system is not working. All the systems, your gas systems work, but you have to find out how much energy is released between the two coils. You have created, that's why I designed this coil, what do you call it? The coil connection in a, what do you call it? Gravitational magnetic loop to create the same position. Your coil is exactly like this because the energy is coming to one constantly and you drain the energy from the other. It's you who have to find out where the energy point is and what energy you want to extract. Do you want to stay in the matter state? Do you want to be in the gas state? It's not that your system is not producing energy. It's you who have not managed to tap to the strength you want to drag out of it, or you're expecting it. Move, when you have these systems, you put coils and connected the coils. And let me go back here. You have two coils and you have connected them in a loop of one to the other, and then from one to the other, and then vice versa, in a way of one to the other side and back on. You have to decide, are you tapping here? Or are you moving here? Put your voltmeter on it. If it's Vernie back, he'll tell you, you will understand very quickly. If you supply this first coil from your supply, and now you drag your voltmeter across here, you might see 1,000 or 10,000 volts crossing. But you have to create that motion. I have developed a new capacitors which we can share with you. I don't know if you shared the video before or not. At the moment, you make your capacitors this way. You make a coil and you go. The capacitors we developed now, it needs to be tested, and you can test. It's very simple. You take a coil, that's the center pin, you make rings, not attached to each other, not as a coil. Nano-coat copper rings, or aluminum rings, one aluminum, one copper, you can change it as you like, or all of them copper, and let them loose on the pin, on the gravitational pin. So what you have vibration of the energy amongst them and how they vibrate, and you try to tap into the energy between these, and you see what kind of voltages you get. Make a brush and you see how you go. These ring capacitors are very much can be used like amplifiers. If you buy those coils, the ring coils, you can go to the shops and buy these ring coils which are coated like this, and if you put them and put current through them, where you, if this is the north and the south, or entry and the exit of the coil, and you put a coil back to front, you'll find out these coils start vibrating, and in the center core you can produce huge amount of electricity. This was done by scientists in Belgium, and I was asked to assess how it does it. I built one, and the poor scientist is one of those who's been poisoned again with the liver cancer by the Belgian authorities. Red Circle knows him. He used this technology of the vibration, and I just confirmed, yes, it works, because he doesn't need the vibration of the two creates a current in the middle. Here you have a nano, which is a plasmatic condition. Now, the nanomaterials do not come together. It depends how you feed your energy from one to another, you get the flow. And the vibration of the rings creates totally different kind of energy. This is the transformers of the energy from the gas into the plasma. If you want to stack this up, you don't see it, but because these are all GaNs, and we know GaNs materials don't stick to each other, the field interaction between them creates the vibration. And that vibration allows you to create and absorb a spectrum of the energy, depends where you tap into it. If you create all of these from copper, you see very little. But if you make a copper ring, aluminum ring, and titanium ring, and nanocoat all of them on a central pin, do the same thing as you put with the ganses, with aluminum and the rest, then you'll find out you create a vibration energy you need. These ring plasmas work as amplifiers, but depends how you do it. Or you can do the same thing, rings over rings. You put them in and they vibrate and you create amplification, or vice versa. This we have already, Bernie has built them, and you'll be testing in different applications of it. Is Bernie back in the background?
Yes, I'm here, Mr. Kesh.
Hi, Bernie. Bernie, could you please show us if you have the picture of these ring capacitors, please?
Let me get it.
Thank you very much. So you understand the development and how you have to find in how and the way you nanocode these rings, it gives you a spectrum of the energies you can absorb from the center capacitor. We are testing very powerful systems of the capacitance where what we have, we use, is Douglas in the background, or we don't see him?
I'm here, Mr. Kesh.
Hi, Douglas. Douglas, could you show us the matter capacitor with the aluminum foil, if you have it, pictures of it?
Yes, sir. You want one I burned up or one that I have not burned up?
Both of them, both of them. These people have to open their understanding to new ways of the energy and transfer of the capacity build. One of the capacitors which is getting developed by the Innovation Center is that you have this center pin, which is nano-coated, your gravitational pin, and we don't use any more copper and paper. We nano-coat the aluminum, and we just put the GaNs on aluminum, and then we wind around the center pin. So you don't have any more paper, that there's a break point. You have a very powerful system, and then we put the, what you call the second coil on top of the aluminum. There is no, and we see huge increase amplification in power. When it has detected 1000 volts from a normal 220. So you can increase the amplification to 15-20,000, which allows you to go into the transmission and conformation of the energizing the plasma. The other one which Douglas is working on is the copper is kept as copper in matter state, and he does the other way. Can you show us if Douglas you are ready, or when, please?
I've let's see. I'm still. I got one picture up of the one I burned up, but I'm digging through the other ones for one that's assembled, and actually I've got some that are disassembled. If you want me to show them.
Please, stop sharing. You can come in if Wernie is ready. Wernie, is your sister? Can you show your pictures first?
Yes, I can. What I have,
Okay.
Mr. Kesh, are the one that the rings are far apart.
No problem. Just
okay.
show it the way we done it. You show first, Wernie, please, and then we go to Douglas to go further. These are. Can you explain to us how it's made, please?
Okay, we have a center pin, a nano-coated copper, wrapped with aluminum. This aluminum is with GaNs on the inner side. Then each ring, we have rings, they are separate from each other. At first, I put it this way to have some space, like the capacitor did by Douglas. But at the end of the testing, we have to put them together that they interact more closer. Each is individual ring touching each other as a ring, just like an ordinary ring, and nano-coated. What we observe is, by the way, the first ring on the far right, has this extension wire that is connected to the center. And what we observe is the farther you measure the voltage, for say, from the center or from the first ring, the farther it goes to the farthest ring, the higher the voltage potential you can get. And when you have all of these rings together side by side that they are touching each other, when you rub the other probe of the voltmeter across it, you get higher voltage, very high voltage. And when Mr. Kesh asked me to measure the voltage of each ring in relationship to the first ring, I notice an amplification as I go farther. Okay.
Yeah. So there is no paper in winding. It's just the aluminum nano coated and GaNs coated.
No paper. And by the way, the distance of the ring to that of aluminum, they exactly fit, but you can still move them side to side. But when you stand up, you make it stand, it doesn't fall, just enough to hold on the surface that it doesn't fall or move. But when you move it with your hand, you can slide each ring. That's how it is fitted.
Can you explain to us why we use and what we've seen in what you went from 220 to 1000 volt on the capacitor with aluminum with nano coating?
Yes, when I noticed that when let's say you place a probe, for example, if in this drawing, you put a probe on let me check my mouse pointer. It is not working. Anyway, if you put your one probe here on the right side, and one probe on another, and you move that probe, you put the other probe steady on one side, and you move that probe across the nano, you'll see a spike, literally a quick spike in voltage, several thousand, more than 1,000 at that moment. And when I noticed that, oh, it must be the interaction with the field. You have motion, then it turns back to in a form of voltage, similar to what we have with generators when you move copper with across magnetic fields. In this case, we only move the matter part of the probe to this field, and we don't just see it on a small magnet that high, but in this case we see 1,000 volts, more than 1,000 volts. You can try it on your setup. You can verify it. For sure, you'll get the same several 1,000 volts from millivolts. That's the difference. Millivolts to 1,000 volts. That's a huge potential.
Okay, just wait 1 second. I have.
Twisting those wires together to make the rings.
What is important to understand is that this is how you create materials. If you understand this position of the rings, and you put your source on one end, and different rings, and they feel different rings will give you different material underneath of it. In a way, if I can use the option I have, yes. In the field from here, for example, and the field from here, you could be producing copper here, and you're producing zinc here. This is the source, this is the beginning. So the heavier the elements, the higher energy you go that way, as you amplify. These rings, in a way, is the same source system as we explained. That's why in a matter state or in the plasma state, we can explain to you how things happen and where they go. Is there anything else you would like to add, Rennie?
Yes, now I see what we discussed earlier, Mr. Cash, in a meeting. This is what I am talking about, that we need a common ground. So now I see it. The pin in the middle is our common ground across those rings.
Now you understand what I'm explaining today.
Yes. Now, Dick, we have now a communication between the one on those rings. We have the graduation, and we each can understand or can communicate with each other. We can go across, we can tap across, but all of these have a common ground in the middle, or they are on the same common connection.
So it should be easy to find what we need from it, where we need from it.
Yes.
Okay. Is there any more, or we go to Douglas to see the combination capacitors?
I think Douglas can go. I'll stop my share.
Thank you very much. Thanks, René. Ready?
I'm here, Mr. Fisher. You ready?
Yep, you can carry on.
We'll start out with this. I'll explain as I go along here.
Okay, okay, carry on.
Can everyone see that?
Yep.
Okay, this is my makeup for my capacitors and the housing for the wires. The wires are 8-gauge stranded house wire. It's not automotive wire. It's a little thicker gauge wire. To the right, you will see a parchment paper that is a copper oxide composite GaNs with the nano material of the copper itself within the electrolytic gel. And this is explained by Mr. Kesh early on. If we take copper and burn it, get it hot, put it in distilled water, flakes will immediately, nanoparticles will fall. We can collect these. Well, I collected them. I'll show you a specimen here in just a second of where I mixed them. And next beside it is also an aluminum sheet with my first trial with using the same materials on top of the aluminum. And this is a foil that is the thickness of a pie pan. It's thinner than a soda pop can, but thicker than aluminum foil. It's in between. This first set did not work, and I had to use the composite GaNs, which I'll show you here in just a second. This here is the what I was telling you about. This is an electrolytic gel that I used. This is the nanoparticles that I have saved over the times of doing this in distilled water, along with a copper oxide and mixed. You've seen earlier on the paper and the aluminum what it looks like mixed. Here it is after it's mixed. It's just use a little egg beater. You'll see here. This is the composite. Now this is the one I found out that worked. The green doesn't work on the copper. The copper works. Oxide works great on the parchment paper, but not so much on the aluminum. But when I use this composite GaNs here on the aluminum and left the copper oxide on the paper, my capacitor started working properly, and everyone's seen that I've been able to pull 6 kilowatts. Now I burned them up, but I did get 6 kilowatts through those capacitors before I did burn them. And I would like to say all 4 of them did not burn. 3 were badly damaged. The 4th one survived. So with that being said, I'll go back to another picture here. This is a preliminary setup of me winding after I had the nano strands, getting my connections. This was, I believe Armin's brought this forward to us, this connection here of being able to connect the nano materials in such a way. So I used his design and incorporated it into this here, which I showed you earlier. This is not the finished product by all means. I have 18 turns on my capacitor, but this was the first one I built and I wanted to test, and I was in a hurry. I was excited like a little kid. I always am when I'm doing this. And I wanted to see if I had a working capacitor. And this is when I found out that it was functional. I would like to now show you a picture of a burnt one. And I have had a jeweler tell me that there is a great possibility that that is gold, and I could need to put some acid on it to see. This is what happened when I burnt the capacitors up through a composite of what we think, I've discussed this with Mr. Kesh, using the composite GaNs, aluminum and high voltage, it was a result which brought the gold out on top of the copper. Now I scraped that for you guys tonight with a wire brush, so you can really, I took off all the nano that was around it, but prior to that gold sticking out, it was completely black like the rest of the wire. But now you can see the red of the copper surrounding what appears to be gold. Now, like I said, 3 different people, one was a jeweler, has all said that that really does appear to be gold. So I am going to go and have it tested when I go to town, which was just a fluke thing that happened from burning up one of the capacitors. This was my best design right here with the disregard the mesh. But this
can you show the inner, what they call it, center core with just the copper? Have you got that one with you?
Yeah, these are center cores right here.
No, without nano coating, the matter state.
An 8-gauge stranded without I can show one live. Oh, no, Mr. Kesh, yes, I do have one. Can show you real quick live. I can't show you a picture.
Yeah, okay, show us live.
If you'll give me about 2 seconds, I'll have one out here for you. Because I just happen to have 70 feet of it right here beside me.
You gotta change to camera.
Yes, sir. Give me 2 seconds. Well, that's just I shouldn't really say that. It's just something we get in the habit of saying over here. Nothing ever actually takes 2 seconds. It always takes longer than that.
You see, what is important for this teaching, like now showing these things, is not to teach you to make these kind of or repeat. It's to inspire to come up with different version and application and the implication of it. Thank you. Okay. And this is what it is. That's what it's about. Would you like to go on your camera?
Yeah, yes, I'm gonna stop share there and go to my video here. And that's what a piece of the matter 8-gauge wire stranded looks like right there.
Okay. And how do you wind it?
It's pre-wound. And I buy it, I got a...
No, I mean, how do you make it into a capacitor? Have you got a capacitor?
Now, everybody else does this a different way. Now, this was something that me and Bernie tried a long time ago. And this actual method of making these capacitors, then this is the one that has the gold on it. You can see it clearly. That's, I mean, but this was put in a solution of caustic, just the bottom part. The caps were already cut and they were above the caustic solution. This was a cold caustic solution also, no heat involved, and it took several. My wires, Bernie's went really fast because he used a thinner gauge automotive wire, and I wanted to test with a thicker gauge household wire. Now we both used a big wire, but his was thinner stranded. His achieved the process of nano coating to the end a lot faster than mine did. Mine took almost 90 days to get all the way to the top, each piece nano coated. So that's probably another unique characteristic of this particular capacitor and the way it's structured, is the fact that it took so long to nano coat itself, and it did it naturally in its own natural environment with the caustic. You know, there was no steam, there was no anything. You know, this was just a clear cold caustic, and the bottom, that much of the wire was in the caustic. You know, that, and the rest of it was above the. And I left the jacket. The jacket was on them. I'd only took that much off the jacket to be submerged in the wire. The jacket remained on the wire. I wanted to see if the nano went through the jacket, you know, even with and without oxidant around it. So, and it did, you know, they thoroughly nano coated, but like I said, mine took a lot longer of a process to do this, to get this to occur. But that
You
was
see
it.
there, one of the things like what you show here, we showed this in Coca-Cola bottle years ago, where we just put two ends of the wire in the Coca-Cola and we draw like 30 centimeter, 50 centimeter copper. And when you strip it, the whole gets nano coated. This kind of nano coating, when it's what we call a plasmatic nano coating, or when you put your copper wire in the center and then you wrap it with aluminum foil with gans and you use it as a capacitor, you find out the center pin changes and nano coats itself. And this plasmatic nano coating behaves totally different than the caustic nano coating. If you have, let's say, efficiency of 1 to 100, when you do plasmatic coating, it's 1 to 1,000,000. Powerful, because this is created according to the field, not by the condition of the matter state around it. If you will start learning how to plasma nano coat, you find out your system is totally behaves and conducts different. Plasma coating is essential part of the space technology, where when you use a caustic coating or you use a heat coating, you do not create the right balance. When you do the plasmatic coating, you reach the point of sponge. It's very transparent. It's like a dust. You can collect it. And the conductivity is literally superconductor in a position that can even allow the field plasma to lock into. So plasmatic coating is something which you can do. One of the ways you can do, which I've done before. Can I share the screen, please? Thank you very much, Douglas.
Thank you, Mr. Kesh. You have a blessed day.
Thank you. Have you managed to finish your system yet?
You know, I'm working on it, sir. I got it out.
How far are we from it?
Running out of room in here. As you can see, I've got stuff stacked up to my elbows. So,
but would you be able to finish
I
it?
put my other system outside, so I've got more elbow room to work. I take the laptop out there during the next show and show.
Can you finish it today?
Oh yeah, it's pretty much finished already.
Okay, if you achieve, let me know, and then we go.
Yeah.
Thank you very much. Thank you indeed.
I'll talk to you later, Mr. Kesh.
Thank you very much indeed. What is important, some of you will see, you understand, go back to the same principle, where we showed the two cores, and you can put materials, copper or aluminum, across the two cores, and you find out which one of your copper or aluminum or other material, they start getting nano coated. So in fact, you don't need to put them in a caustic. Now, because you have a field flow in across the two system or your dynamic system, you start nano coating plasmatically without a matter state. And this kind of coating is what you're looking for in superconductivity of different structure that you are used to up to now. You got to realize nano coating with the plasmatic does not give you the transparent, what you call black. It gives you a powder black. And this is the kind of superconductors. What happens, in fact, on the surface when you do a caustic coating, the spacing is like this. When you do the heating coating, the space is very much like this. When you do the plasma coating, the spacing is like this. Now you really work. In the nano coating with the caustic, you still have certain losses in the long term. But if you go into the plasma coating, then it's totally free. And it behaves different. The system behaves different. This is what you go into next. I've spoken about this very earlier on. Plasma coating of the wires will give you totally different structure. If you try to nano coat, let me explain it to you this way. You get a copper and you nano coat it. You have your nano coating, which is on it. It's very hard to create a nanotube out of this, because what you got to do, you have to empty this copper out of this zone. And you find out, in most of the time, I've tried this, is that one of these atoms is connected inevitably with the molecule of the copper. And it's like when you have a what do you call it, a ball of wool, and you pull in the center, the whole thing collapses. You detach, you lose your nanomaterial. But when you do a plasmatic coating, it's totally different. Plasmatic coating is dictated by the structure without attachment to the matter. So if you heat up or can create a high matter current through it, you can drain the copper matter state. You're left with the true plasmatic nanotubes, superconductor, and these are the ones which in the future I'll explain to you what you can use it for. These are what you have to develop the technology into. And now that we speak and you understand how you create energy, you have to understand in your systems how you create fields that allows, for example, for elements of the copper to separate themselves and they become the plasma of themselves. And then they stick and they hold on, and this will give you totally different properties. The plasma nano coating happens in most of your capacitors. If you don't do nano coating of the center copper and then just put it inside and put the current through it, you'll find out your nano coating under the aluminum is in a state of plasma, not in a caustic level. Any other question?
Mr. Kesh, I can share.
Go ahead, please. I'll stop sharing.
A nano coating done by the flow of plasma.
Okay, go ahead, please. I have to get myself out that you can share. Share, please.
And I think we can use the wireless setup to nano coat, let's say, a roll of wire. Say you have here in this left side the wireless setup. If you extend this blue wire, let's say, before connecting to one of the legs of the coil, this wire is extended to a roll of wire, for example. That whole roll of wire, the other end should connect to this to the magrab, to the triangular formation below. That whole of wire will get nano coated. As you can see on the right, the nano coating happens. This happens, I believe this is 10 days or 4 days. I believe this is 10 days. 10 days of from it was assembled, and this is how it is at that time. No extra, no caustic, no electricity applied, but this is what happens after that. So if we use this device just to have a roll of wire, let's say 150 meters roll of wire that with insulation and get nano coated, I think we can use this. And I'm using automotive wires. As you can see, we have fine strands. This is number 18 wire. This is what I used as connecting. I did not worry about the wires not nano coated when assembling this, because I know it will get nano coated, and to my surprise, it gets nano coated faster than I thought it would be. So this can be used. This, you just put it on the side of your table, let it do its job. So I think people can use this method of having the wires nano coated. Yes.
The way you nano coat here, you're using this. There is no GaNs in the system. That it's a caustic coating. It's 100% plasmatic coating, and it gives you different materials. They give you different structure. This as you go in some of the old archives of the Keshe Foundation Coca-Cola bottle, we used to show a loop of wire. It's the same process. You empty the system and you start a process, and it's all done plasmatic. These wires, superconductivity, they haven't been managed to be measured fully. The maximum they've got at the moment is to 20 megawatts, the mega ohm. And so they are becoming so, the higher resistive value you get, the more you move into the better superconductivity. because you measure one across and one through. If you manage to nano coat with these wires and put one of these wires across high current, high voltage, it will never break up. We know this, we tested this in Ghent University. They brought everything was possible on the table in the electrical laboratory of the university on the table, trying to melt one of these single strands. It wouldn't melt. We saw the copper, we could see the copper fluid inside it, but the professor, the deputy head of the electrical engineering department, he said, if you get 1 amp through this, is good. And then he went to 5 amp, and he said, this is impossible. This goes against all the law of physics. They brought, I remember, we have a picture of it somewhere in the archive with all the equipment of the laboratory of the Ghent University on the table, trying to feed this one line to break it up. It wouldn't break. And then the more you increase the wire, you could see the spacing, we could see liquid matter copper inside it. Very bright, but you can't because it's connected to 2 ends of it. And so they are very effectively superconductors. Then you can absorb all sorts of energies from it. Thank you very much, Verdi. Thank you very much, Douglas.
Yes, Mr. Kesh. By the way, Mr. Kesh, each strand, as you can see on the picture, I tested 1 strand. That's a smaller wire. It can handle 10.5 amps DC.
Oh, I can tell you, it can handle more than that.
Yes, it can. And I use single strand. I use this as my substitute for the fuse.
Yeah, that's what we did. We have pictures of it in Ghent University with pictures taken, and it's been done. Yeah, it is very, because you don't work in the matter state, so it doesn't count. It's a layer which affects, you work through superconductivity. And you can actually touch it. So much amperage goes, you can hold it in your hand. It's not hot, and it doesn't go through your, this is a plasmatic.
It remains cool, yes.
You measured it, you touched it. It stays cool.
Yes.
You can pass 20-30,000 volt through it, and you can hold it. It doesn't touch. It depends how you want to extract from it. Thank you very much. Thanks, Verdi. Are there any other questions?
Hi, Mr. Keshi. This is Miguel
Can
Moreno.
you speak up? Who's speaking?
Miguel Moreno.
Yes.
Can I share some capacitor that I made, Mr. Keshi?
Has Rick, have you checked this pictures?
No, I would suggest that he could send them
The
to me.
capacitor are my photographs.
Just photographs.
Yeah, photographs.
These are your photographs.
Yeah, they are mine.
Rick, make a decision.
Seems like it'd be okay.
Okay. Share, please.
Okay.
Make sure you have the picture on the screen fully before you open your computer.
Yeah, right there is some pictures.
Yeah.
Right here, I'm gonna open one. This kind of capacitors, just I made it today, and I am putting aluminum outside. But there are a different kind of guns because I made graphite guns. I put the regular guns that we are using to the plasma, the silver guns, CH3 and CO2. But I made a graphite of guns. That is why they are looks black. Let me check out if we have another photograph. Right here is the graphite guns, but I mixed it too with I can remember dust quartz. Dust quartz are in the solution too, to see if I can increase the energy. And I am doing some testing. and then are giving more energy than the other ones. And I want to show you also a different kind of coils. I'm gonna do some testing to see what is the difference with these coils. I'm gonna put I put magnets, sphere magnets around, and I made a pipe. Inside of the pipe is a coil, nano-coated coil, with GaNs also, to see how the plasma is increasing. And
What are the results? What do you see?
I gonna make the readings, because I am building all this week. I was building these different
Can we see the picture number 24, please?
24.
This is 23, straight away next to it, yeah. It looks you are using a lot of magnets.
Yeah, I'm gonna start just checking the results, because I am building the. I am doing some different ideas with the cube to see if I am be able to increase the plasmatic field.
You see, if you understood what we tried to explain this morning, you have put an energy source in the center, in the ball. You have put the coils around it. You have put the matter state magnets beyond it. Somewhere in there, you have a lot of energy which you don't know how to tap in. You have to find out how you can to tap into the energy. The energy is there and very powerful. You're looking for what is right in front of you, and the lack of understanding of the process of the conversion doesn't allow you to reach. You can make these as small as the whole structure, as small as those black balls, and you get still the same energy. This is what I was trying to explain earlier. Find out a system that can tap into the energy which you have created. Because you don't have a system, you don't see what you've done and what you've created.
Yeah, in this week I'm gonna record the results about how the different energies are interacting, the magnets and the magraphs. But I am using the graphite GaNs, and I think that this is easier to increase the graphene in the coils, because in the coils are growing crystals, very beautiful crystals, when I am doing the drying process.
Yeah, but these crystals come usually out of the salt crystals which you produce.
Say it again?
These crystals, what we've seen in the past, is usually from the salt crystals.
I think that there are not for the salt. They are different ones, because they are for the drying process. So I don't have salt yet in the coils. What I am
you know, when you nano coated, when
I am doing the nano coating,
yeah, you have created or you haven't washed, and the salt creates gravitational magnetic field of the salt which is in the air, and you can see the grains of the salt grows as a crystal. I have bucket full of it. I started with a few drops about maybe 5 years ago, and now it just like mushroomed out to kilos of it. The same as you create the gravitational magnetic field of the carbon to create CO2, If your GANS material is not washed properly, or you leave even a, what do you call it, atom of the sodium, and in conjunction with others becomes NaOH or whatever with potassium, this will take hold and it will start absorbing fields, because it's in the gaseous state, outside it, to create more and more salt. A lot of people have seen this. They don't understand how the salt keeps on growing. But in fact, now you create a gravitational magnetic field of the salt, and whatever salt in fields or matter is crossing the area will come into it. You create the magnet. And these crystals you have to check and just take it off and dissolve it in the water. And if you tasted this, it's a salt, pure salt.
Okay, I will do it.
Thank you very much.
I want to show you another different. I'm gonna.
Where are you from?
Some testing with this different kind. I gonna use four coils, like as you can see. In the center, I'm gonna put guns also with different mixes, and outside is again the pipe, but now we have coils, a nano-colored coil inside, and I put this nano-colored wire outside to see the difference. And I have a friend, he told me that he was using something like this in fridge, and he said that the motor was increasing the speed from the fridge. So I gonna do some testing to see if we can have more energy doing or mixing the coils in this position.
Thank you very much. Thank you for sharing. Rick, can we see the system from Dr. Rodriguez, please?
Sure, yes. Get that lined up here.
Oh my God, this is getting really elaborate.
There's lots of coils in this setup. It's quite fascinating. Let me see if
he has really made a full system. It's a beam me a Scotty job, this one.
It looks like something from almost Frankenstein, but it has its logic to it as well.
Yeah, but he's a doctor. He's testing it directly on his patients. So is Dr. Rodriguez in the background? He's part of the Medical Keshe Foundation team, and very, very active. We asked him to start teaching the medical side with their equipment. Is Dr. Rodriguez online, or is it too early for him?
There's a viewer with the hand up. Let me see. Just has a number. I can promote them. I don't know if it's Dr. Rodriguez. It's probably not, but if it was, they can say something.
Yeah, because he's...
Hi, Mr. Pierce. This is Rodrigo.
Hi, Dr. Rodriguez. Welcome back.
Thank you so much.
Thank you very much. I've seen your beautiful system. Could you explain to us, you're a doctor, you build the systems for your patients and you use them. Can you explain to us?
Yes, this one, the one on the top, instead of the helmet, I use a box out of plexiglass, and I put the 12 coils, and I put in every single coil, all the boxes, all the wires is made of zinc. Every single one. The coils, the center one, the connections, the copper, the coils, the battery plasma. Every single coil has its own zinc plasma battery, and it's so powerful. So it's 12 on the top. That's on the sides is copper copper, nanocoated copper coils with the batteries, all the plasma batteries are out of CO2. And on the bottom is 4 coils, nanocoated copper coils, with a mix of CO2, zinc, and food, and also add the formula of cancer that Paul made. So I made a plasma out of that and I added to the bottom of that too. And the power is so strong, it's so most powerful. When I use the system with just in front and behind, the energy is like energize the body, but it's like it's not flowing, it's not streaming that energy. You see, energize the whole body, and you control when your mind control where you want it to go that energy. You want to change something in your body, the heart or the brain, it goes to that. With this system, you feel the stream of energy from the bottom to the top constantly. It's so powerful, and people have felt the difference. You feel the energy, and when you focus on something you want to change or heal or change your body, you have to really focus on that, and all the energy goes at that point. But if you lose the focus, the energy just go all over the body. The difference when you use the other one, the one just behind you in front, you focus on that, and the energy stays in that part of your body without, even if you lose the focus, it remains. But this one is constantly stream of energy, flow of energy all over your body. It's so powerful. And I started using it on people 4 days ago. I just finished, and I'm gonna see results. I started to use it on patients with cancer, and I'm gonna test them.
What was the results from your other test of this system before you made it to this?
Well,
you've been using this
what I use in the
for a
different
few months now.
Yes. When I use it in different patients, if I use it less than 3 times a day, I have to use it 1 hour 3 times a day to have a good results. Otherwise, when I use it in patients less than 3 times after a month, some of the symptoms come back. So I had to use it in all the people 1 hour 3 times a day, and I have good results.
And what have you tested it on? What results do you have? Because you're one of the doctors.
People with diabetes, with people with neuropathy, I use them. The problem is not all the people can come that often, but some of them just test them and says, okay, you want to come once a day, twice a day. So I test on all of them, and I've seen that if I use them for less than 3 times, after a month or 2 months, the symptoms come back. But with this one, I don't know. As I said, I just finished 4 days ago, and I'm going to use it. I'm still using it 1 hour 3 times a day for all the patients, and I'll see the results.
What are the results from previous trials with your other machines, and as you were developing this?
The other ones, as I said, when I use it 3 times a day, the results is people cancer-free, diabetes, really even diabetes, they remain totally normal without coming back any symptoms, or the sugar levels remain normal. It's like not having any more of diabetes. People with the high blood pressure also remains normal. People with thyroids, problems with thyroids remain normal if I use it 3 times a day.
Well, how do you process it for cancer?
For cancer, I test in the what's it called? I forgot the what? No, we use an MRI scan, a PET scan, or no, the one that goes I forgot. When you do the blood test, the markers, tumor markers,
Yeah.
and they're decreasing. They're I have I have a wonderful patient who had came with the it is for me is the most amazing case that I have had is a patient who came with breast cancer. The cancer was the size was holding in the side was in the left side as big as they were holding on the level of the waist, very big compared with the right side, and it was infection as well. And she was under antibiotic for 3 months, and it couldn't control the infection. And they wanted to put her on their. They wanted to do also mastectomy. She didn't want to have a mastectomy. She didn't want to have chemo. Only antibiotics, but they weren't working. So what I decided, I give him a spray of CO2 and copper oxide even in the machine. When she came the first day, it was in a critical condition. I told her I have no idea if it's going to work, but we can try. And I said, if you get a little worse, just a little bit worse, you go back to the hospital. I don't know if she's going to try. So we tried the first hour. The next day she came, says for the first time after 5 months, she was able to sleep and without pain. So we decided to continue the treatment for 3 times a day. And after 5 days, the infections totally disappeared in 5 days. I sprayed with the CO2 and copper oxide and inside the machine. It opens up a wound. I mean, to start the expelling the pulse inside. But in 5 days, it was already clean. But as well, because they had an infection, there's a lot of dead tissue inside. And
what happened to the cancer?
I haven't tested. She has been on the machine, or on the machine, I call the bridge or the machine, for 3 weeks, and I haven't tested yet. So after I finished this one, and she tested so much energy, and she decided to stay another 1 week or 2 weeks. She comes from far. She traveled to stay here close to home and use the machine. The breast is the breast. It was so big. Now in 3 weeks, the breast is the size of the other one, totally normal. The only thing
Have you photographed these that we can see?
Of course, I have all the photographs.
Can we have a look, or is it?
Well, actually, Mr. Cash, I've been working so hard that I decided to take the last 3 days of vacation. I'm in the hotel with a small computer, and I don't have mine.
Okay, no problem. But we can see this in the medical teachings.
Yes, I have everything. It's so beautiful. I mean, after this, no one will have any doubts how to use this technology to heal everything. It's incredible.
Thank you very much. Dr. Rodriguez, we have a position instead of using this system. I explained this last week. We have the first volunteer getting checked by the medical side. We have material for 4 patients. 2 milligram injection of the material. We made 30 injections. We are looking, we have found, somebody has approached us as the first person to use it. But we are looking for application of the injection of this water. It's just a pure water for 2 milligram, 30 times injection. And results from the others research confirms eradication of the cancer. We need, if you or the other doctors can collaborate, if you have volunteers totally terminal with no return, we can supply this material to any doctors across the planet who would like to test, or people who would like to test this. And what we've seen is 100% eradication of cancer. It doesn't matter how deep the cancer is.
I have 2 patients. Two patients that are in critical condition that cannot travel. So they asked me what can I do for them. So what I did is so far I had the formula that using the social that Paul made. I made plasma out of that and I put them inside the test tube with the coils inside, and I send them to you. Put them on the water and drink the water once a day. And you see, I just started 2 weeks ago. I'm gonna start also testing the.
We need doctor or patients who would like to volunteer for doctors.
Actually, I will have two of them. How soon can I have those?
Well, I can get a shift for you tomorrow morning.
Yes, it would be nice, Mr. Guest, because I had two patients, very close friends, they're in critical condition.
No
They cannot travel.
I'll try to get you done. Thank you very much, Dr. Rodriguez. Would you like to add anything else to this?
Well, no, just I will keep in touch.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much for your knowledge.
Thank you, Mr. Guest. Thank you, all of you.
Thank you very much. Rick, do we have anything else to add?
There is one thing I'd like to show, which is the everlasting meadow battery from Frangie. Frangie from France has a what she calls an everlasting meadow battery. She has a video of it. I love to present. Is that okay?
Yes, you decide. You've seen it. If you're happy with it.
Okay, let me get that lined up here.
Well, what's happened with the donkey now? It's become a horse.
Yes, well, this is part of the video, and I'll let Francie do the explaining here. Just get this lined up a bit better for live stream.
We see a very narrow. You need a bit wider.
Yeah, it's a iPhone type.
iPhone picture.
Okay. So I'll try to make it a bit bigger, but I think I'll lose the screen there. So I have to leave it about there. Okay, let's. Oh, I have to do a different share with the audio. Just a second. Okay, I think that'll work. Okay, let's try this. Let me know if you can't hear the audio.
Hi everybody. Here you
Is it the donkey speaking?
solar panel with my with the battery for the lines to keep the animals inside. But that is not always working, so I made my everlasting battery, as Mr. Cash told us in one of the YouTubes. Look here what I have done. This is my horse Oscar. Yes, I have help now. Yeah, that way. Look here. In the original black box, this one, I put a plastic one. And in that plastic one, I put the battery. The black, inside. But the battery is standing into the zinc GANs, zinc CO2 GANs. And I put some iron amino acid GANs inside. Maybe I don't say anything, everything quite right, but it works. So, and on the poles, I made the coils. I hope you can see it. 2 coils on the plus and 1 on the minus. So the battery is standing in the plasma of in the GANs from zinc and amino acid from iron. And the coils, I didn't put iron amino acid over it. I have to do it later. In between, I put aluminium paper against against losing the GANs because it is very hot in France. It is a kind of isolation. And I saw Mr. Keshe doing something with aluminium with the battery. So I thought I take also aluminium. So it is working. I have a lot of electricity on the lines. My animals are staying inside now. They are not escaping anymore. I'm so very happy. And I think this is also important to show to farmers, because it is an everlasting battery. You never have to buy a battery again. Thank you, Mr. Keshe. Thank anybody who is working and showing this, because I'm now making a MAGRAF, and my MAGRAF is also going on 12-volt battery because I have no electricity here. And from that, we will make later a video. Au revoir. Merci beaucoup.
Is she online?
I'm not sure if. Let's see.
Can you raise your hand if you're online?
I don't see her here.
Could you ask her to make a blueprint of this and we put it on the website?
Well, I've got it up on the in the blueprint teaching. Actually, it's there on the website now.
Well, can you ask her to come on next time if you can invite her?
Sure. Yep. She was on at the Keshe Plasma Reactor group.
Yeah. When he writes, I think it's the field. Oh, it disappeared. Last comment of Wernie, because it's the field created affects the animal. They feel happy. If you could ask her to join us next teaching, and she can explain more, because these are the housewives who become the plasma engineers.
Yes, she's building her own MAGRAV units and had questions about the plasma capacitors, and we went on for quite a long time discussing some of the ins and outs, and John offered to help her out privately as well to make sure she gets the connections correct and so on.
That's perfect. Thank you very much. Is there anything else to share, or we carry on?
Let me see. There was one other thing I'd like to bring up, which is it has to do with there's a couple of questions earlier. People are wondering how can they connect with people in their own city that are building MAGRAV units or working with the Keshe technology, and how can they participate in these workshops and so on. And I'm aware that Kevin Blundell has put forth an effort to bring people together around the world in different spots to create these groups. And maybe I could just read his. He's got a.
Let me explain. We're trying to use Farhad and Kevin Blundell and Vince and others in the background are trying to set a structure for this teachings that everybody can have access and do everything. It's taken time, and in that process, first of all, that Kevin Blundell, I think, has to be taken out. It has to be the foundation address, which he has an email of, and contact through the foundation that we can structure everything together. And with what we call the workshops, all the communication to do with any teaching has to go to the workshop at Keshe Foundation or spaceshipinstitute.org.
Okay, we'll revise the document then before we release it. I won't.
Yeah. So this is what is happening. A lot of people start teaching around the world. In the next few days, if you go on the Keshe Foundation, Keshe Foundation Manufacturing Arizona with John Blundell will start putting on the Keshe Foundation website the coils and the things that for your teachings you can order these pre-made. So what they call teaching packs will start coming out of Arizona worldwide. So if you want to do teachings and setting teachings up, you just go on the website Ella and John will these things up in the next few days, and you can directly order for so many kits pre-made if you want to do teachings and let people nano coat it. John says we prefer not to do the nano coating shipping because it can get damaged on the way and you don't get the response. You can do your own teaching on the process. And these teaching workshops, as Farhad has explained, and now is getting to his final point, will be done in the same manner. So all the workshops around the world will be taught to teach how to teach everything, and they teach the teachers. If you're looking to set up teaching, it has created income and employment for a number of people who are doing these teachings around the world. People who had no job have started teaching how to make maggrav units, how to do nano code. They are putting courses of 20, 30 people, and it has created and started literally making a living for people in Australia, in Spain, in different part of the world. In the next few weeks, we bring all this on the cover with the Farhad heading of the what we call the workshop teachings. If you want to do it, go. Vince, can you, am I correct? It's called workshop at cashfoundation.org. Is it workshop at spaceshipinstitute.org? That works. Make the other one on the Spaceship Institute, that they both come to the same. So if you want to set up these teachings, get in touch. On the, what you call Arizona will deliver all the coils with the capacitors, with a framework that's been discussed. So you start receiving, you can order packs that is pre-packed. All you need to do, just nano coat them and assemble them. This brings another manufacturing part of the Keshe Foundation into the total world organization. That in next few weeks, then we have the same thing in Ghana. In Ghana, manufacturing the position will come into operation. That in Africa, you can order pieces made pre-made. We don't need to ship. Slowly, we do the same in Asia. That all the manufacturing organizations of the Keshe Foundation supply their own continents and their own country as the others come into operation. So this, all the parts, you will start seeing huge amount of new products on the Keshe Foundation. Workshop is another part of it. And this is part of the development we promised. Now we got to the point we can do. You can order your coils, separate coils, what combination coils, how many capacitors, the housing of the coils, or the housing of the, what you call the trays, and everything else is available for teaching. These are only given not by ones, but it's given for teaching packs that people who want to teach. And this gives, allows us to expand on that side. And we got about, I think, 1,000 units ready for dispatch immediately in Arizona. So any of you who wants to teach and want 20 packs or 50 packs or whatever, you can order through the website. In the next few days, it'll be set up. Hopefully by next Thursday, you can go on it and click and order your pieces. These are the copy of what is used in Arizona to produce the maggrav systems. Carry on, please. You're happy. There is another point that is important, is we know a lot of people looking for GaNs products. Arizona, and as we already have done with Japan Keshe Foundation, we converting a lot of material into powder. So you can order more or less any kind of GaNs as a powder in 5 millipack sachets. And then you convert it back into liquid, or you add GaNs water to it to have the liquid, the energy, or whatever you want to use it for. So as you have seen on the Keshe Foundation website with the CO2 trials, all the CO2 trials, all the, what do you call it, material should have arrived with you by now, or some of you should have received the totality. We have 3 pieces, 3 individuals, which we cannot confirm the address. Otherwise, the hundreds of people who ordered it, they have already received, and you should have received your packages to start the trial. If you have any doubt in the application of the sachets you received, please contact support@keshefoundation.com or support@spaceshipinstitute.org, and we'll support you how to use it. Do not forget to send back anything you see, any results, negative, positive, indifferent. You're part of a clinical trial. So feedback to us. We know all of you. In 30 days, we write back to you to see what effects you've seen, or we can add something else, and how we can add to the knowledge. But from next couple of weeks or next week, hopefully, you can order GANs dried powder. We cannot ship liquid GANs across the world because shipping companies and couriers do not carry liquid. There's a big problem with liquids. So this was part of the change we had to delay with the Japanese shipping, with the new structure of the permit we received from the Japanese government, to convert it to the powder. And then when you receive it, there is instruction in your envelope. You receive an envelope, and in that envelope gives you the instruction how to use for what purpose. Everything carries 2 sachets, so we are up to date. If you still want to join the trials, please contact us. Please go and join the trial section of the CO2, and we'll see how far we can, what information we gather, and where we can go with it. But this is another product, which is the GANS products, mainly coming from Arizona, and Keshe Foundation manufacturing in Japan, and Keshe Foundation in Italy will provide the same thing, and you can buy it from the Keshe Foundation, and it'll come to the manufacturing organizations of the Keshe Foundation as we develop further.
Mr. Keshe, there was a question about that, which makes sense. We heard a long time ago that the dry GANs powder is not the same as the liquid GANs that's kept in water, even if it's mixed with the water again. Has that been resolved, or is
the energy is not the same from the behavior, physical behavior, but energy is the same.
Okay.
The energy is the same because it's still the same gas. The only thing it is, it will not return. We show you a way you can.
It might look clumpy or something in the liquid when it gets reformed.
We try to make a video how to use the powder back into the GANs state, and this is very easily done. It can be done, and some states it depends how you do it. The Innovation Center recently have done a test. Douglas has done. We can show it if you want to go that way, and you produce nano materials in a very, very special way. These kind of materials coming from the powder has huge application in communication and computer technology. These reversals worth millions of dollars, used to worth millions of dollars a gram. Now it's not rare earth anymore. It's very earthly, and it costs a few cents.
Mm-hmm. Gunther mentions, Mr. Keshe said last week that he will show today mixtures for the eyes and skin. I guess GANs mixtures, maybe mentioned.
Who will?
That you were supposed to show today mixtures for the eyes and skin. So he says, I don't recall that, but
I don't recall it either. But the materials have left. They have left Japan. Yeah, all the people who joined the trial, they have received all the materials have been dispatched to them. Please confirm your receipt. Please confirm the delivery. And once you receive it, just send the email back that you received your package, that we can keep a track. And in 30 days or anything else you see, you can add into the knowledge that we learn more. If we need to add another material to it for different applications, whatever it is, we have to collect the data as we see. Is there anything else? What's this picture on the table, please?
That's came up in a Facebook post. What was the person's name again there, Vince? Or maybe I can just give me a minute. I'll get it rounded up here.
It's yours.
It's oops. Just a second. I'll get the. the incident here.
Yeah, it's a two equal compressors. You don't see much result because it's equal compressors. Okay, let me explain to you something very interesting. As you know, tomorrow is the conference, Universal Council Conference in Rome. We are in Rome. And the developers of what you see on the table are sitting just about a couple of meters away from me. They are here with us. And we have joined the conference. A number of people have arrived and arriving. They are here. I can explain to them how the system works and why it doesn't work. It's the balance system. They're from Austria. They were telling me they come with a Tesla car. And we know they go in Tesla charging batteries. And they're telling me somebody in Austria has used one of the old MagRap systems of the Keshe Foundation on the Tesla car and is getting 100 kilometers more per charge. So the interaction, but they don't see things on their car. So we try to understand more, but you have to understand you need a starter capacitor, pump, compressor, and the other one has to be different. You have to create a difference that it allows for you to absorb the energy. The balance condition does not create the flow which you're looking for, that the difference you can pull. At the moment, it works now. Continuing what I just announced, that we are in Rome, there are a number of things which we have to announce that it makes it very clear. First of all, as you know, we are involved in the Italian earthquake situation. We have found out a very big problem. There is a lot of material has arrived from Germany, Austria, France, and other places into Italy, but we cannot deliver them to the Italians. The problem being is that we are working with the civil defense organizations, and to be able to use these technologies at the point of disaster, we have come to understand the government has to give and allow us the permit to be able to use them. So if you are in anywhere part of the world that you think or you might want to use, or there's a possibility in the future to use these technology for disaster relief, please sign yourself immediately with your civil defense if they want to test, if they want a backup. So the Italian government is working with the Keshe Foundation, trying to find a shortcut that we get a permit to disperse the material across the country to the people who need it. There are about 10,000 people in camps, tents, and all sorts of places from the disaster. So one of my advice to you is, if you are part of the Keshe Foundation team around the world, please contact your civil defense first line and explain to them, we can give you all the support in the background, that you can submit application form needed to be tested, that in time of disaster you make a lot of things but you cannot deliver it, and at the same time you become part of the international war relief condition for the process. The Keshe Foundation, we've been told the next week or two will be given by the civil defense to enter the delivery of the system, which we hope will be done. So if you are in the lines of first line of defense of delivering these materials for different application, we have come now through experience to understand you need to deliver the civil defense, the application that your material can be used. On the other hand, we have come to understand further need for spreading volunteers who will be prepared and are ready to deliver and make these systems at a time of need. What it means, you don't need to produce the GANs materials, or maybe you make 100 or 50 of them as a backup. But we keep you on the system as a backup disaster unit, which means we can come to you and say, we need so many units, can you supply? Or you have a bunch of volunteers who supply immediately or can make it. We're trying to set a structure up in that position. From the Italian disaster, we're learning a lot, where our weaknesses are, where we have to do certain work, and where the work is. The civil defense people are very surprised with this technology and they are making a shortcut for us. But the beauty with this shortcut is when it's applied and given by civil defense to be used by people in time of disaster, automatically it becomes part of the rules and regulations of the country because it's been applied. So it's tested and it has a support, and you find out the development and interaction very rapidly. So if you are in a process to support, come in. Hi Giovanni. Giovanni just arrived with us. Hi. So he can explain to you. You just walked in the right time. Come, Giovanni. I'll let Giovanni to explain to you.
Yes, okay.
Good. You have to explain the problems you have.
Oh, thank you. Good morning to everybody. I'm just arrived. I explained situation for the problem of first aid in Italy. We have set up a task force for the emergency of the earthquake, and we start to talk with the government for have all the certification for so in this way we can be recognized from the government as a first aid of emergency for the people. And so the next time, this is a big advantage for us because it's the first time that we are starting public and we can we are recognized, and so we start with a story in Italy of this kind of first aid. We are organizing this way. We have a squad for people that are specialized in this case. One of them is a person that was for many years practice with government in this kind of emergency, and we have 2 units, mobile unit like caravan for go to the place and give the patch, the paint pen, and so on. Plus, there is another squad that on Sunday can be on the place that are all with cross motors, because a lot of zone of that area is impossible to arrive because all the streets are completely destroyed, and the only system that is possible to arrive it's a cross motor. So we have a talk with the association of this kind of motors, and they offer to us the help for arriving this zone. Now we are started to collect all the material guns, and we are ready to start. But before to start, we want to have a green light from the government. Is not maybe that in less than 10 days we have, because we have a different wave to have. So I don't think that is a big problem. This is the first step. After we want to create, we are start of this a different point, each one for region that have this kind of organization for give help to the people that have this problem. Maybe that it's possible that arrive another earthquake in Italy, and so we want to be ready to give a support to the people. So we start to create some places. If Mr. Cash says that it's okay, where we can give and teach the technology, and give with a small store for of patch guns and so on. So in case the emergency, we are ready to help the people. This is the program is a hard program, and but it's we have the agreement for the first point, that is in Termoli. The next one may be in Lucera. The third one may be in Cosenza, and we still work for this. We have a program. I have prepared this with some person that work with me, and Sukesh, when he wants, if you give me to me, it's good. We can start. There is no problem. I'm very. This is the first time that I speak to the public from a lot of time. The first thing that I want to say thank you to Sukesh and his wife for all the support for my family and my situation, because it was very, very important for me, his support. And I want to tell thank you from my deep heart to all to you for all the support, all the praying and the things that you have said to me, because in this case it's simple to lose the mind, but it's necessary to make a big effort to understand what the creator asks to me and make the correct thing. So I have a big problem with my daughter, but I know that it's necessary to put more effort, because my daughter is one of humanity, and so the same humanity needs. And so I push in all direction for give what is possible, the best is possible for me, for help the people. Thank you, Sukesh. Thank you. Thank you. It's a lot of times I wanted to say this.
This is what we are learning now. This is what you need to do. We see this applicable very much in earthquake zones. We've seen the line of earthquake which is coming up, and this process needs to be understood. You have to set up a structure for aid. You have to set up the process for aid. It cannot be done and then it's a point we have to rush to do it because it's happened. Those of you who need to support, or you wouldn't want to support, you understood what Giovanni said. We think we want to do, you got to understand, even this motorbike system we start talking about to deliver the goods, in a time of disaster, civil forces will not allow you to cross unless you have a permit that you're delivering material for rescue. Because a lot of people trying to get to their families or whatever, they create more problems. But having a permit from the civil defense organizations allows you to enter and deliver. This is how crucial it is. If you are working on this line, please get in touch with your civil defense. Start building a trust, start delivering the technology, and let them test it. We are learning by experience, we're learning by what is happening around us in different trials. We're seeing the same thing in China, the same process. But once we pass as part of the first step in Italy, as a part of civil defense, we can pass on that permit to the rest of the world, that you can show in Italy is accepted as a civil defense support. It makes it easier for you to achieve it. The other point is, as you know, we are in Italy and we have attended the conference. We are here to see the conference, to go through. As I said before, people like me and Mr. Westinghouse, we are a backup. We are not in the position of ourselves. We are here to support our wives. They are the members of the council or the what do you call it, general secretary of the council. So we are here as a supporter of the wives, not that they're in any other capacity, because we have no say in this condition. There's about 3 or 4 husbands who are turning up and wives will be just bystanders. We have no say in the organization and what happens. This is how we'll change. If you are or you want to support your councils or councillors, the supporting teams, you get your instructions from the councils the way they see it, their wishes are. It's not the instructions, it's what they see and what they feel and what they get from the discussions in the councils. We expect, and we are receiving some 20 plus members of the council here. There are a number of them, 4 or 5 of them online, on Zoom line, which they participate. And then new members of the council as they come. We reach the 144 according to the understanding and what we call the security structure. For us to attend this conference was a very high risk. There's an attempt on my life and my wife's life set by Simon Smith in Paris to kill both of us in this process or by kidnapping our child. We informed this in public. Any step taken by Simon Smith or group he supports, we will respond heavily. This is not accusation or we're trying to pre-attempt. These are what we are informing. Security Service of Italian Force and French Force and the German Force are aware of this action of Mr. Simon Smith. All the documents is in the hand of Interpol. We are releasing this information on the basis that we know what you're up to and what you're about to do. Security has been set by Italian forces and the French forces to capture you on move. Mr. Simon Smith, you have caused mayhem. You're not our problem. The problem is you and yourself. The kidnapping and the killing of a child on the 11th of September, which is on Sunday, falls with the same day after the slaughtering of the Prophet who gave his son as a slaughter. And in Islamic religion, they celebrate it. And this was your plan. We have unfolded and security services are on top of you. You wanted to use my son, now we answer you very heavily. We take every member of your family in hand and all the forces you set up to create chaos. We have set and met with all the security forces. We are aware of the French people who are moved into France and into Italy, and we are monitoring. I have had a huge discussion with security force of the president of the Italy yesterday and with the forces of the Italian military, what do you call it, defense or the police. So unfortunately, you have 2 choices. You carry out your threat or you back off. Either way, we know what is happening and what is about to happen. We have monitored your movement and security forces and my security forces allowed and said not to discuss. But we know exactly what you've done and who pays you and how you've been financed by Mossad. And we have all the companies you set up where you receive the money. The information is in the hand of Interpol, not us anymore. Let me explain to you what is about to happen. Maybe it will not happen now that we disclose it. The Jewish state has financed crisis in Europe by financing the Muslims to attack churches and priests, as they did on the 5th of November last year, killing a priest, to start conflict between the religions, where the benefit goes back to the people who set it up. If you're a Christian, if you're a Muslim, protect, go to the other side and protect the churches and the priests. We have informed Vatican of this move. There are attempts to create mayhem, and through this mayhem using the religion to create the next step of wars in Middle East and in Europe. We have unraveled through communication, through our security and other forces, this is what it is, and the Jewish people, heads of Jewish community in Paris are fully aware of this setup. We asked the Muslims and the Jews to join each other and stand next to each other, Christians and the Muslims, to protect each other's mosques and churches and the priests. Do not give into this violence which is financed. We have found all the companies, the structure which is financing this violence. We put it open. Does not matter if our website is brought down. If we can save the life of one priest, one mullah, one rabbi, we have served our purpose with this teaching today. The financing has come through sale of the Coils Cash Foundation Magraph systems in France as a cover-up to see who are the supporters and how they could infiltrate. So we have the whole process, we understand the whole process. This is incited. We have the communication with both Red Circle and Sam Smith on the same channels of Facebook hidden, communicating with each other, planning the kidnapping that Valletta is not safe for me and my son and my family. Interpol is in full control and the copies of this are in the hand of the federal police. If any mosque or my family is touched or my son, we will revenge in such a way that there will be no name of Islam left. And the same, as we said, we do the same with the Jews. We become one nation, one religion, one family and protect each other, or we allow these people who will try to create mayhem. The financing comes directly from the State of Israel to create and initiate this job. The same as we saw no Jews dying in the 11th of September because the Jews were in the two towers were informed there is going to be such an attack. The same thing is set for this 11th till 25th of September of this year to attack churches and mosques on the name of the religion. It has nothing to do. They have found a weak people and they have paid them, and that they are doing. They run a pre-test in Tehran in 31st of July of this year to see how they can provoke these attacks. All the videos and the operations is shared by the security services. The place, us, where we are, is fully protected by the security services. We carry fully armed officers with us as of today. Any approach to me or my family, it means loss of life for those who have pre-planned it. So we had two choices: to keep silent and let the process go, but inform everybody what is planned, and knowing that what is planned to be the speech on the 12th of September on the interrogation of me and my wife and the killing of our child is fully unraveled. We won't allow it happen. We brought heavy armed officers and we protect our lives against Mr. Simon Smith and his group. All your channels have been watched and monitored by security services. This is all incited by Red Circle. We are asking for the warrant of his arrest for attempted murder of a child who he actually, as he said, pissed in the garden in front of him. So now you know how the abusers and pedophiles operate. This is important and is my message to all of you. If we stay and survive this attack which is planned, or by announcing it, they will stop it and they find another way to do it, is to unite. Doesn't matter in what religion you are. Don't allow these provocations of religion to come into uniting the humanity. This is part of the structure. This is part of what we have to be stronger with the new technology to find it crosses the borders of the religion. It comes to what we can serve to change the condition. My security people are pulling their hairs out why I disclosed, but that's their problem. They don't sit in my chair. But we listen to our security advisors. We listen. We are completely, continuously advise different field forces of the security. They help us. We help them to monitor the people who operate around us. If you don't know who Sam Smith is, he's in every violence presentation in Paris you've seen in past few weeks. And it's been reported. He has put it in there that they will bring Caroline and me to put an end into it. You have two choices. You put an end to my life and I put an end to all the aggressions. We release. We have a website. You can see what we tell you and what the security services would like to tell you. We released the website that all the detail on Mr. Simon Smith. He is a Tunisian background. He is not handicapped. He took over and got to know a lot of French Keshe Foundation supporters that he could infiltrate. We have been monitoring all the activities as we do with everything else. So we have two choices. We give you a link as it's available to all the national securities at the moment with all the details of Mr. Simon Smith. You can go in and understand how they operate, where their finances comes from. They are bankrupting companies in France in millions and financing terrorism to put the Christians against the Muslims in Europe to create a new mayhem. They did a trial run 15th of November last year in killing a priest in France. And they are going to repeat the same thing, firing and all sorts of things at the priests and the churches starting from 11th of September to repeat. It's the wisdom of the people. As we are one nation, one government, we don't rely on the police forces and the government security apparatuses to help us. We inform the one nation, which is the Keshe Foundation supporters, what is about to happen. It's all planned safely, and you've seen why recently the Red Circle has started putting all sorts of things on the internet, because we have seen the operation. We saw the same kind of a slander with Allen before his arrest. This is the way they react, trying to cover the point. We have asked for the warrant for the arrest and bringing these people into justice in Italy as we unveil more and more information. We release on the line, you can see the pictures and the entry of Mr. Simon Smith and Red Circle next to each other, how they communicate with each other. So it means they are well collaborating. We saw the same kind of communication between Alan Sterling and Red Circle. So we understand the implication and application. It's important for those of you who are in Europe, especially in Italy, Milan, Torino, Bari, Rome, Berlin. I can read you a summons for a resume of the places of attack which is expected and our security forces see possibility of. Most of the major European cities which is connected to Christianity, they would like to provoke Muslims against Christians, but the whole finance is being paid by Israeli state. To put the two against each other the way they did, they don't lose anything of theirs, but a lot of Christians and Muslims died in the two towers on the 11th. Now the single Jewish law applies. And it was fully examined, fully prepared, and I can testify to it because, as you know, my family, I come from a very deep Kohen family of Jewish background. We had, as a member of our larger family, 2 offices on 2 floors of the 2 towers. On the day of accident, I was online speaking to my cousins and my uncles in New York, and they said it's no problem, we couldn't get to the office. I thought it's very strange how only they couldn't get to this office and they were not in. So they were fully informed beforehand not to be in. As a Iranian Jewish background, it became very strange. I explained to my mother at that time next to me, they knew, because I've seen the same operation in my working life in Northern Ireland, where, for example, where IRA was to bomb a shop in the Protestant side, suddenly the sales dropped. The shops could not see sales. And we always predicted that's going to be an attack, and there was a bomb because the community always to inform they didn't want to lose any Catholics, and the Protestants did the same. How we know this? I used to own a shop in Belfast as part of our cooperation, and my manager told me, Mehran, the sales has dropped in 2 days. I said, get all the rubbish we have in, they're going to blow us up, and they blew us up that night. So we have a full experience. We're talking from background experience working with security services. Do not allow these people to be paid and done. The name of the companies financing this violence, the whole operation is about 30 companies set up to hide the finances of these attacks on churches, on the priests, and blame the Palestinians or blame the Muslims is all paid, same as what we call 9/11. We don't make accusation, we have hard evidence, and the evidence has already been shared with the Italian security services and the French security service and Interpol across Europe. We can release you with a specific passcode which is given to the security services to monitor all the details. We have opened up. It is some 30, 40 companies which are financing it, but they're using the Arabs or the Jewish Arabs from Morocco, from Tunisia, from Morocco, what do you call it, different northern African countries to infiltrate and bring people in and do the violence to the benefit of their paymasters. All the companies they brought in 10, 5, 6 million into bankruptcy in past 3 or 4 years to finance these has gone. If you've seen, Mr. Simon Smith has got involved in making coils to find out who's in Maghreb business in France to bring it in and creating finance for these kind of violences. They transferred material into cash for violence using the Cash Foundation technology. We have all the videos, we have all the materials, we can support our claim. This was done exactly in Northern Ireland where the IRA was financing, paying people to do. Trafficking using materials to finance violence by paying the soldiers. We see the same pattern. I was involved with Northern Ireland peace process, as you know. I only asked our security services to open up and see if we can find the same track. Within 2 days, we found all the materials we needed to know. My experience with my work with the British MI5, MI6 and others, it was very easy for us to find where the money is and how the process is. We can release all the materials we have from IRA peace process to show we are correct in the attack on the name of Islam on the Christians that the mayhem starts in Europe. The German government, as part of this process, has been aware, but they could not stop it. They asked their citizens to back up and have food and everything because of the emergency which might come up. This is what you have to understand. Do not allow, there is nothing wrong with Islam. Blessed Muhammad is name, the same as Blessed Muhammad is Christ. It's the greed of the man and the name of the religion which is used by these people to create this mayhem. Record this recording and pass it across the internet, because it'll be you, your children, your family, the priest you believe in, and those who serve humanity will become the martyrs of this movement by this, what I call a scandalous move from the state of Israel on Christians and Muslims, and some Jews will lose their life too. My life is irrelevant, but what we achieve as one nation is more important. This is very clear. We armed, we brought armed officers to protect us. But what has been planned by Red Circle in assassinating my child because he couldn't abuse it before, and now you see the pictures of him next to Uncommon Communication Line on Facebook. The two talking to each other and telling that the place, Barletta, is not safe for my son anymore, and saying what they're going to do with Caroline and me on Sunday, and then broadcast it on Monday on the 12th. Now they're going to deny, but we release the link on the internet for you to download and see the pattern of the work and how who's been financing it. This is important because we knew the risk. We had two choices: not to attend the conference or attend the conference and open the doors. We attended the conference because we had nothing to lose. We shared everything with the public. Why not this part? And I have one advice for those who incite violence on the name of the religion. There is no religion there left for those who incite violence. We've been told not to interfere with the process of elections in the United States government. I announce one thing very simply. Mrs. Hillary Clinton was in Iran during the time the regime of Mr. Ahmadinejad. I was the mediator. There was always a dispute that what happened. In that landing in Ahvaz airport, the crash happened. One of the Mrs. Hillary Clinton's securities died. Mrs. Hillary Clinton received a heavy brain damage, was shipped from Tehran, from Ahvaz to Dubai, Washington. It's offered with the acceptance of the Iranian government, the support of the Cash Foundation technology for a brain hemorrhage she received. And now we see that brain damage, hemorrhage, in the process of election attacking her, and she's behaving as part of the brain hemorrhage reactions. And there's been a doubt where she received it, how she received the brain damage. brain damage was received exactly 14 days after the meeting of the Keshe Foundation, me, with the American officials in Brussels, where we started the peace process on a move between two countries. She was supposed to land in Ahvaz, meet with President Ahmadinejad, who was present in the airport, to start the peace negotiations. And in that crash, accidental crash, the accident happened and Mrs. Hillary Clinton was damaged. But Mrs. Hillary Clinton has a heavy support in the Jewish lobby. And they tried to kill many people who could state. As you know, we were the inside the instigators of the line. Now you can go back. We released our meeting with, on the request of the President Obama, on the 6th of November, our meeting with the Americans in Brussels, which you've seen, we announced it. And within 2 weeks after that, the meeting between the President Ahmadinejad and Mrs. Hillary Clinton to stop the peace talks started. And she landed in the south on a trip to Israel, that she could pass the message, what is the peace process, what Israelis will agree. The head injury happened. This is total accident. It happened. Nobody can say it. How it happened, we cannot explain it. It was a mechanical failure. The proof of this is, if you go on the Iran press about 2 weeks after the accident, the Iranian head of Ahvaz airport announced that we are holding an American jetliner on the runway of the Ahvaz airport after an accident. This jetliner was carrying Mrs. Clinton for negotiation with peace with Iran, where we started it. We carry enough information. We don't blame Mrs. Clinton, but we celebrate her courage. I asked the Iranian President Office and His Excellency and His Eminence Ayatollah Khamenei that if we can offer the support to the White House for Mrs. Clinton, and it was accepted. And we have all the communication on our servers we can show. It should not be a negative point that she was in Iran negotiating. It's a positive point in accepting the steps of the process. If you look at the end of that month, Mrs. Hillary Clinton withdrew from the cabinet of President Obama because she was mentally damaged, in brain damage, in accident that was. What we tell you is historically there and you can check. We don't see the process to damage either side of the peace negotiations with Iran, and the negotiation carried on with a new team which was elected to come into power, which is the present Iranian, which we see at the moment in power. It took a lot of courage from these people to negotiate, to go against the grain of 30 years of fighting. The same as it took with the Belfast between IRA and the other side. But we've seen the fruit of the peace talk. We've seen the initiation of the exchange of the USB stick, and then 15 days later, on the 15th, actually less than 15 days later, 9 days later, on the 15th of November, we met, as is officially announced, and 2 weeks later, Mrs. Clinton was in Ahvaz airport as part of the peace negotiation. This should not be used by the other side that she was or she wasn't. It took a lot of courage from a man of strength to initiate, even to enter Iran. The president of Iran accidentally wasn't in the airport. He was present for the peace talk to stop this first process. And these people are men of peace, and we have to respect them. If Mrs. Clinton is damaged mentally due to this accident, had a reason, but should not be used against her because it took a lot of strength to initiate the next step. And we have seen the fruit after this work. Now in Iran, children receive equipments that it saves their life. Their life is becoming back to normality for the people who lost so many. So when we inform you that we have, and we know the attack is set for the priest, and then retaliation on the Muslims, and being starting of mayhem, it has to go public. We opened the channels. Our people who can open these channels are available. We give you the passcode. You can all go and download everything. How it's been set up, how it's financed, who is financing it, and who they are. They say Simon Smith is a police informer. He says he's a Jew. It's irrelevant. If he's an informer, what is he to do with threatening other scientists and other people's life? This is the problem they have to solve between themselves. Police has opened a file. We are closely monitoring and speaking to both securities and across Europe. We don't make accusation. We have everything in hard copy and it's been shared with the intelligence and the police. Be wise and spread the knowledge if you are a Christian to the churches across. We have informed Vatican in our meeting yesterday. And be aware that this is nothing to do with Islam or the Muslims. If you are a Muslim across Europe, go to the churches and say as a support that you will not allow it to happen. This is what we have to do. And the same from the other side. Don't let greed of a few bring a mayhem into Europe. It is well planned. We can even give you the people, the faces of the people who are operating in the background. Women have been used to finance, to transfer the documents. We have their pictures, we have their faces. You have to understand a lot of the things you buy from the Keshe Foundation pays for these kind of work. Every penny we have goes back into every aspect of securing, developing new technologies, supporting the people who support the foundation. We do not go and ask for donations. We create the finances to create that we can donate our time and knowledge to the others. According to the intelligence we have, any donation to the Keshe Foundation is blocked on its arrival if they cannot or they would like to stop it. That we stop. But the support of you with what you buy or what you get from the Keshe Foundation allows us to finance these kind of intelligence. We carry more intelligence support, terabytes of it, that we keep for our work. This is part of it, belongs to you. And now that we see a point of change on the 11th of September to cause mayhem, you paid for it, we stored it, we gathered it, we paid for our intelligence services to work in the background. Even the Italian police and the French police are so surprised how a foundation has such a elaborate structure of the intelligence inside it and gathers information. Because we're becoming one nation. We're becoming as part of a nation. You have to see our weaknesses and vulnerabilities. This is what you pay for when you buy a book. I take, as I said, what I need. The rest of it pays for gathering the information. If we can stop one priest to be killed by these people who've been paid by the paymasters, we have well paid for all the work we've done. If we can do the same, one Islamic or Muslim child to be killed on the revenge, we have achieved the same power. As I said, we don't structure the Keshe Foundation and the Universal Council without the backup. The Universal Council takes place tomorrow on the 9th of the 9th of the 9th, which is the end of all the problems for humanity. The Council makes decision on Saturday the 10th, which is the beginning for the humanity as a council. The day's been chosen specifically to be and to coincide. So in a way, what we give you is the information from the past order, how they've been trying to disturb, and from tomorrow the new order starts. This is what we have to understand, and it's important how the things go. We've been monitoring. We had 108, 190 odd people, and the French were sitting to support how to attack. They disappeared. We are down to 157. So a lot of people who sit on the chat rooms, now they know we know, and we're keeping a track of all your IDs. Good morning. We see it drop from 190. From the second we announced that we know the process, they were trying to attack. Now they all disappeared. We are 100% correct. We have armed officers accompanying me, Caroline, and our child, and the police security visible. We protect our lives, but at the same time, you have to answer to your government. All the details of those who are inciting the violence has been kept and well recorded. The Jewish state's financing, all the companies, how many millions they got into bankruptcy to finance this by feeding the money into violence to set up these all violences in Paris, in Berlin, all has been kept, and we have it, and it's in the hand of the security services. All the directors of these companies in France will be arrested in due time for financing violence in Europe. I hope you appreciate how you have financed peace with this. If we can stop the attacks, now it's in public. We informed the Italian police and the French police, and there has been a meeting in past 7 days between the French and the British securities, how to avoid these things in mainland and in the United Kingdom, starting from the 11th to the 15th and 25th of September to carry on. But if we knew what we know now, we would have stopped the 9/11 September of the two towers, which was preset. And now we can, as one nation, stop this to happen to all of us. Does not matter if you're a mullah or a priest or a what you call Jewish rabbi. A life is precious, and those who try to use it have to understand the position. We have made a full dossier of the connection between Red Circle and the whole organizations, how they operate, how they contact, how they operate, how they do things. Keshe Foundation facts is to create as much mayhem that the reality, the fact about them doesn't show, but we have 1.8 terabytes of information. The whole information has been opened 4 weeks ago to the Italian security services. So it's not something new. We gave them the access code, and they were surprised how a foundation has such an elaborate security operation. We protect the world's citizens. It's my job as the head of the foundation till the council sets its own rules to protect. We spend huge amount of money gathering information, storing information, and sharing information with the national security services. Any questions? Or have I been talking to myself?
No, we're here, Mr. Keshe.
I hope we managed to convey the message that everyone knows what is planned and we are wise to it. We have released, we need the time for the governmental securities that the people in Paris who are inciting this, what do you call it, mayhem, can be arrested and monitored. That by releasing, people do not take revenge on the companies that work is work. But it's a very elaborate, it is extremely large setup, and it's the same finance and funding that I saw in Northern Ireland with IRA. So having the experience with Northern Ireland, it was very easy for me where to look for the tools to find out. And it was very easy for our research group and securities to literally open up the belly of the terrorist organization and the name of religion. There is nothing wrong with Christianity, and there is nothing wrong with Islam, and there is nothing wrong with whatever the belief you have. Is when they use the religion to create mayhem for them to benefit by it, this is where the problem comes. We share the same intelligence with the Chinese government, that they're aware what is happening around the world, because there is huge investments by the Chinese in the West. Their interest has to be protected. I'm due to meet the Chinese ambassador in the coming hours, and the same intelligence report will be handed to them on both sides of the fence. You're happy, John? No problem. Giovanni and I have been working very heavily to create this security for European citizens. even during our holiday time, we bothered the security services beyond belief that they are shocked that we carry intelligence office. And it's part of our work. Pardon? You can put this on site. Give the link to better not to do. There is a report I've just been shown by Stanley that death of a SEAL and injury of Clinton was announced at the time, but nobody knew how this happened. It's just on the internet. You can send the link to Rick, that you can see what we're talking about. We are part of the.
Do you want me to show that link, Mr. Kesh?
You see the picture of Mr. Ahmadinejad and Obama next to each other?
Let me see. I have to get back into where. I'm not sure where that was. Chat.
Have you received? Have you sent it to Rick?
Yeah, I saw it, but I got all mixed up. There were so many links that got sent to me all at once that I had to put them away because I got too many.
On the Zoom. The last one on the Zoom.
Yeah, I can't even find my Q&A in the Zoom right now.
Send.
Just a minute.
It's on the private message of the conference.
Yeah.
You see that we're not talking because they all happened at the same time frame of work, and there are communications between the Keshe Foundation and the White House at the time of the injury of Hillary Clinton. We're offering the support and the technology of the Keshe Foundation for recovery. We were aware of it internally as the organizers of the peace work between Iran and 5+1 as we came later on and we achieved peace. A lot of work was done by Hillary Clinton and then the new head of state, Secretary of State, to achieve this. This is the picture. The European Union Times. Would you like to read the top? It says Clinton injured.
It says Clinton injured U.S. Navy SEAL killed in secret U.S. mission to Iran. So
this was, you can see the date.
Yes, December 30th, 2012. So it's what, about 4 years ago.
Yes.
Do you want me to read this paragraph here and so on?
No, it's okay because the injury happened early December. And if you go further, it takes people like Hillary Clinton a lot of courage. We gave the confidence to the American government in the handing over of the USB stick of the patents that we mean peace. And His Excellency President Obama accepted it. It was hard to swallow that the two nations could talk. And a decision was made by Obama and Hillary Clinton. We take the step, we take a chance. And the Iranian government responded accordingly. Ahwaz is one of the furthest points in Iran map and the nearest point to Dubai. Accidental landing was supposed to be the point of discussion. And the sincerity to support Hillary Clinton after the accident showed the sincerity of the work of the nation. And it just built on. There was a small, what they call, position regarding Ahmadinejad with Americans, which was not acceptable. But with the new president coming into operation with the support of American government, it was taken out and the negotiation could carry on. Just look at the dates of the handing over, the announcement on the day of the American election, 6th of November, meeting of the Keshe Foundation on the 15th, and 2 weeks later of the meeting of the Iranian American to start a peace talk. It takes a lot of courage for people like us as a peace negotiators to stop these things, to start these negotiations. The same is between Iran, what we are trying to do between the American and the Chinese in the South China Sea. We exchange knowledge, technology for peace, energy for peace. And this has to be understood. All the communications to White House in respect to Hillary Clinton can be released. We have all kept copies, hard copies. the way we showed the request of the President Obama for accepting the key through the ambassadors there of America in Brussels. Men of peace needs a lot of courage, and we have all the courage to be able to deliver it. And we've been involved with the Northern Ireland, learned. We were involved with the peace between Iran and United States, we learned. And now we have enough strength and knowledge to carry peace across the planet. And this is what we have and what we do. I can read you an extract with the Chinese leadership in respect to our move in past 2 weeks between China and America after the Washington presentation. Both sides know their weaknesses and both sides know what we can deliver. It's how we enter peace talks that both sides keep face and no jobs are lost. But in fact, there are more jobs to be created with this technology than we lose. Those who are the fear-mongering are to be benefited by it. The first jobs we see, we just announced at the beginning, Arizona factory, by start producing these coils and the others, employs more people, needs to employ to meet the demand. And it's done by the Americans. We don't import from another place. We deliberately choose country by delivery. The same with the Chinese. The Chinese Keshe Foundations work directly with the Chinese government to deliver the technology. Because we see it as one nation. Chinese Americans are as the same brothers to us as the Chinese. Why should we use one against the other? This is what you got to learn, to bring unity in totality, but just not by name and sections. Yes, there was an attempt to say Mrs. Hillary Clinton was in negotiation, was been to Iran. Yes, she has. I can confirm it as part of the peace negotiation team of Iran. But she was there as a messenger of peace. And if it is to be a peacemaker, bad things to be the next president of the United States, there is something wrong with humanity. I don't agree with a lot of things Hillary Clinton has done, but I can't disagree with what she's done for the peace process. We tried to negotiate many times with the Americans, but it was a deaf ear. She took a bigger step. And she's brought millions of jobs because of this process to the United States. Millions of you in America who are back into work with Boeing, Lockheed Martin, and other oil corporations which making the parts for the refineries in Iran, you owe your job to Hillary Clinton and start of these negotiations. Any questions?
Hello, Mr. Cash. I have a question.
Pardon? Hello?
Can I show something?
Hello, I can't hear.
Can I show something?
What do you want to show? We prefer not to show anything and close on the level we are today and understanding of it. And my message to all of you in Europe or across the world, unite that the religions are one. There is only one God, one creator. Those who benefit by different names of it are the merchants of death. Does not matter what names, what colors, what race you carry. God is the same across the universe, not just on this planet. And it's you who decide the future. My request has been to the Vatican in past 24 hours to protect the priests. And my request to the Islamic world in Europe is to go to the churches from Sunday. Sit there. By the law of Muhammad, bless his name, no Muslim can kill another. So if you are in church, you're protecting the church. Thank you very much for today. And we'll meet you. Hopefully we don't broadcast what we call the Universal Council. is in the future people will get access to it the way it's set up. If you want to be the supporter, you have to go to the Keshe Foundation Universal Council and structure yourselves accordingly. Thank you very much for today.
Thank you, Mr. Keshe. Okay, any other remaining presentations can be held off till next week. And thank you everybody for attending and presenting things today. This has been the 136th Knowledge Seekers Workshop for Thursday, September 8th, 2016. Okay, we'll close the live stream now.